you've been observing, in the more immediate sense, these Gorgon, but let's rewind to what we did last time because I also need a reminder. So last time in The Naked Truth is what basically I called this one. They sit around a campfire for 6 days have gone by, and the children miss the story of how this new group has kind of formed together, new friends and compatriots. So you are sharing stories, Eros, Birdman, Strike, and they have spent time in the forests of the Musteli, and with the keen hospitality of these Weaselkin, they were able to relax a little bit, but also kind of stretch. And they met some other agents, so to speak, that will help them in their search that kind of got latched into them. We found one in a cage, named Alexander Stormwind. He's a human pet, as best as the Musteli people kind of put it. They didn't quite know what to do with this strange man. He just kind of was here, and then we haven't really quite figured out why he was in the cage yet, but it was an interesting start.
They called me the
Uh,
Stray.
the Stray. Well, that's because you came out of a cage. So Eris and Strike rescue him more or less from his imprisonment. And Alexander, one interpretation I got of his actions is he kind of becomes enamored of the cache, this mech that's sitting in the
Yeah.
forest that connects to, a lot of the archaeology and things this man has looked over throughout his life. We also meet Dolly Castow, a human, yes, as best as you can tell, but have weird magical swirls in their hair and on their coat, and they have this weird like shadow that kind of follows them in the that kind of looks like a bird. It's odd. But there initially seems to be something that I would like to say that I didn't say last time. I don't remember. It's been a week. But Strike would see a connection to Chitin in a way. Like there's a similar vibe. It's not Chitin himself, but there is a similar vibe. Nonetheless, the group then gets lost in and around the campfire in discussions about what to kind of do next. They have learned in the last 6 days from the Weaselkin that heading east about 100 miles of the smithy you guys are at and meeting with the Sinus or Dogfolk people, you would have a better chance of getting information about where your next artifact is. Um, and it has something to do with this hidden Testudine or Tortoise Folk location, but no one really remember. A lot of people know the Tortoise Folk left the city of Salt, but they don't know where they really went. It's not like exactly common knowledge. So you guys being these seeming shepherds of Cash and his future siblings, um, you gonna set out eventually to the Sinus gates, but there is some discussion that comes up, and Alexander offers to teleport you guys, having loosely been there before. Uh, with some debate, the group agrees, Eros kind of being the most reluctant. While Dolly gets Rogar, Roxana, and herself in her little bird cage, extra dimensional space, so you guys could teleport everyone at once. You guys immediately draw eyes. You teleported on this platform just outside the city, that just like all the front of the city just kind of looks on. It's very hard not to. And being Cash being there, this, gargantuan mechanoid weird creature that no one really knows what it is. Exactly, the eyes get drawn as well as the magic and stuff that obviously taking place. You guys just kind of appeared out of nowhere. Um, and so Eros elects to kind of hide Cash a few minutes away from the city's gaze. And while you wait for Eros to return, you then eventually go in the city together. There's just some conversation about like purpose during that time, I think. And you are stopped on the main bridge that kind of grips across the waterways and expanses of the city of the dog. Rogar kind of roars in glee at all this going on. Kind of the idea of water, this much water, it's not something you guys are used to seeing or green, from many of you that have spent years in the city of Salt. Um, you're soon greeted, though, stopped, so to speak, at the edge of the bridge by the town guard, who unfortunately only speak their native tongue for the most part, and which forces Eros and Alexander to kind of use spells and different abilities to kind of understand what the dog people are saying to them. And some psychic abilities as well are used with the kind of Shiba Inu leader that was there of the small guard squad. And you're eventually able to convince them, and kind of like the cherry on top, like the last thing that pushes it over the edge is there was an effigy that Alexander made of one of their gods to kind of gift them and kind of show them that they mean you guys, mean peace for the most part. You understand kind of where these people come from. Um, Once you guys deal with that conversation, they lead you because you rolled really well and other things. They lead you to a mansion that's kind of like an Airbnb, for lack of a better way to put it. And they talk about, well, we're fine if you stay here for a couple days, but if we want you guys to take care of something, and then we won't worry about charging you for this time. So they talk about the Gorgon herd that's kind of out around the outskirts of town that's been destroying farms and things like that. Um, and you guys head to rest for the evening. But directly before bed, Eros finds Roxana on a balcony that rests on the grass hills that the mansion was dug into. And Eros kind of talks about her worries of the haste of the travel, of, trying to enjoy the full moments of it. Roxana tries to, you know, convince her, try to console her in a way that the trek has been blessed so far. Maybe these are good things, but maybe we can slow down. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Um, and also, meanwhile, Strike finds Shallow Butter in her room, kind of repairing her armor. Um, Found her at first kind of naked, because she was repairing her armor, and that's all she really has as like clothing after you guys' escape from the city of Salt. So he kind of asked her to go out, and she agrees. They get some new clothes, a black dress of the finest spider silks, able to kind of help her hide more in the darkness. Uh, they go for drinking, promise of a spar or fight duel kind of going on, but the drinking kind of gets out of control, mostly by Shallow Butter's competitive kind of personality. And she falls asleep and has to be carried back home. Not really too used to like full dwarven ale. You see dwarven ale in the city of Salt, but it's not like the thing most people drink. For those things, it's usually just like this simple watered down ale that has probably a little bit of Tarrasque blood mixed into it. So, the next
Whatever, the
morning,
city of Salt.
yeah, you guys, there are issues. We'll get to those. The next morning, Eros awakes early, as she does usually, and comes out in the room butt naked, making other party members, particularly Alexander, a little uncomfortable before breakfast. And the kitchen of try to make breakfast of what little remains in the kitchen from the night before. Strike takes the time to go get the dress for Shallow Butter, and lets her sleep in to kind of quell her hangover. Afterward, you guys, there was some decent amount of role play, but most of it was just kind of, kitchen hijinks and, things like that. And you discuss traveling, get back together with Strike, and you all move at a kind of moderate pace. It takes you about 4 hours to find the cliff faces that were described to you by the Sinus, to know where these Gorgon are. And Eros has everyone kind of stop when you get close to it, kind of seeing something in the distance, a reflection of some metallic something or other, and cast clairvoyance, able to watch these Gorgons resting. She sees four of them, one much larger than the other three, and then the fourth is a pregnant female. Like, they procreate. Like no one knew the Gorgon procreate. Like most of them
Organ milk.
understand it. Most of
Pork
them
cereal.
understand that they are consequences of the fall and desecration of the terrace. That there are weird magical mutations that someone has created. That's what most people assume they are. But you are nevertheless smelled by this the Gorgon as you guys kind of move in and spread out and stealth and investigate. One of them smells you. They start to charge forward. They don't directly see all of you yet, but they know something's nearby. Is where we kind of left off. They're huffing and puffing, smelling in the general direction. Most of you near the rocks have gotten and are hiding behind the rocks in various spaces. And I will, to be clear, the Gorgon, when I use tokens like this, positioning of the head can be important to like help with like line of sight and stuff like that. If you want to use like a loose facing rule for that idea. But most of you are kind of hiding. There was a little bit, of roar from Strike to start to rage. Jolly casts some magic to fly up invisible. Pretty much right in front of the big one. Nonetheless, and I was gonna do that. So we have a surprise round, more or less. Like, the only action I will have them move, because unless you attack them or something like that and they have a direction, they will probably continue to move. And I will have them roll a perception check. That is all I will have them do on this round, because they know something's near, but they haven't caught an eye or complete perspective of this group yet. And then Vedwin, we can easily get your character in as maybe another potential person that was hired by the Sinus to track these things down. And in the area, see them react. You've been watching them. Taking 4 of these on by yourself, good fucking luck. But you were, maybe you could like splinter one off, take one at a time in some way. So you're just kind of taking your time, kind of, watching them. But then a reaction happened before things got too settled in for this day. I would say you've probably been out here for at least 2 days, kind of like gauging these things of what to do. And how big is your creature?
He's medium sized.
Okay,
He's kind
cool.
of big.
I was just wondering if I needed to make it bigger. For the token kind of thing. But nonetheless, you can roll in initiative if you would like, so we can get you in here. And if you see initiatives are crazy high, it's because people spent inspiration last time.
I think Keith was also summoned right
Keith
after.
was summoned. Yep.
Oh yeah. Eros was yelling at like, oh hey, what were you yelling at me? You're like, Eros, what were
Pretty
you
much
yelling
told you
at
to
me
do
about?
something.
Yeah,
I
oh
don't
yeah. Eros is like, well, do something. Fucking do something. He's like, oh, you want me to do something? You want me to do something? And he fucking like cuts himself, bleeds into a red vial, and fucking summons Keith, the demon.
Okay.
He's an accountant. But
Can you
my
post,
life
can you
into
post the
pieces.
spell for me? Because I
You
want
can
to see the
scroll up.
components.
Just
Oh, it is up. Oh, there it is. Components.
humanoid blood
Yep.
inside a ruby vial.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just hold on to the ruby vial and I use my own blood.
Okay. When you cast the spell, this one turns this way to hear the noises you make by casting.
Yep.
So I would say it's like at the top of the round, it's like starting to see shadows of at least Alexander. Eros, I think, could probably use the rock and Alexander himself to kind of hide if she would like. For
Hiding behind me, bitch.
yeah. Okay, so that changes some of the narrative a little bit. All right, yeah, the closest one to you two is loosely aware someone's out. The rest of them they haven't picked up on that just yet. So it kind of depends on what you guys do in this first quasi surprise round. Because not everyone's really surprised. Some of them are, but not everyone. So, Dolly, we start with you. flying invisible about, what was it, 30, 35 feet or something like that?
20. I think it was 30 feet about.
30 feet. I'm going to use the red and blue dot to remind me, to help keep a reminder for me. But that's all those to me. So you're about 30 feet in the air. All right, what do you want to do?
Okay, so they're about to spot us pretty much. Is that what's happening here?
What's your passive perception? 16. Okay. Yeah, you with a 16, you would hear Alexander casting the spell, and you off to your left would see this Gorgon over by him starting to look over in that direction. Hasn't fully laid an eye on Alexander just yet. The other three Gorgon, even the one beneath you, they aren't paying attention to that yet. They haven't picked up on that just yet.
This is concentration. Okay, so if I wanted to hold my action to cast a spell, I would no longer be invisible. Okay.
Yeah. Well, an aspect of holding an action to cast a spell is not casting a spell, so I'm not sure it would break your invisibility until you cast a spell. So there is that. If we're talking about basic invisibility, all it says until you cast a spell. Like if you're
No, this is greater invisibility.
Okay.
Then, as long as you're not casting a concentration spell, you're fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Like you can still
Yeah.
lightning bolt a motherfucker. You know, you
Here's
can't use whole.
well, lightning. I'm not gonna lightning bolt. Actually, I'm gonna force cage.
That's the thing you can do.
Okay, okay. Where is it?
On the big one specifically.
Okay.
On the one right in front of you?
The chunky Gorgon.
Yeah.
I should say.
Oh man, I want to
okay,
ride
it
him.
fits in the shape of cage, up to 20 feet on the side, and made from. Okay. Do you want to give him the full 20 feet, or do you want it to be right around his ass?
Right around him.
Lock me in with him. Lock me in with him.
I don't think
Make it a fucking cage match.
He only can do 20 feet on a side, so it's 20 feet on a
Yasuke.
side. Made from a prison in the shape of box can be 10 feet on a side. Okay, if it's a box, there we go. So it's 10 feet. That's all it is. It's just like right around him. While you cast your creature is completely inside the cage area, is trapped creature's only person. This is such an annoying spell, but
Gentlemen in the right corner,
it's a good
we have
spell.
one big fat.
Okay, so immediately the force cage, which is invisible, just appears, and this thing, it's in its square, but like each square is 5 feet, so it's probably still taking a few steps, and all you hear is metal clang against something, like a little dun-dun-dun clunk noises as his giant horns kind of get stuck a little bit. That is your action. Do you want to move, or what do you want to do?
I'm gonna stay here.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
No.
Reasonable indeed.
Now, question. Well, again, I'm just observing, but question. When it's a box, know that spells can't go in or go out. If it's a cage, it's a bit bigger. You could still teleport in, or you can just cast spells from safety. Take that as you will. If you still want to be a box.
Yeah, so that means my Keith can't attack this person.
No one can attack it while the box is up. But if you make it bigger,
it's a cage. Then
it's a
yes,
cage,
people can attack.
and then there are bars you technically could shoot between.
Can I switch my location of where I summoned Keith at?
No. Where is
this is all happening at the same time, right?
Well, your action to summon Keith happened before his action for force cage. So
okay, so I was gonna summon Keith to fight the thing, and now you basically just made Keith.
He doesn't know that. All he knows is Arrow said do something, and you started casting a spell.
Yeah.
Well, then no, you can we can fight the smaller ones first, and then deal with the big one last. That's my thought process here.
There's that. There's these two.
Okay, then yeah, then why can't I summon? Because his force cage goes off before my thing, right?
Its
No,
force
your
cage
thing-
comes after.
Your
Because you
first
summon
stage
Keith
comes
last.
after thing. Yeah.
We can have a deathmatch.
So now my thing's over here. These things are over here, already far away from it, and this thing basically now has to spend its turn to fucking move over here or over here.
Yup. Welcome to
Thanks.
So
D&D.
do.
Yeah, thank you for whoever force caged.
Hey, I was denied the deathmatch. You
I
get
mean, if
denied
you
that.
have it's a force object, so if you have disintegrate, you can just destroy the cage instantly.
Oh God,
There's
no.
I don't have it.
Well, your feet also has a movement of 40. He can move around quite a bit. So and
Ian is fine.
when you summon your theme, you always can drop them if you want on. But he has a movement of 40. He can get there. Like no issues. This is like avoiding the difficult terrain too. Okay, rewind slightly. Corsair, Dolly, do you want to stay with the box or do you want to stay with the cage?
I guess I'll just make the cage. Fuck it.
Okay. All right. So this thing will then, on its turn, it's going to attempt to move forward one square, run into the thing, clang, and then
Get
like
rotated,
go
idiot.
along the side, clunk, 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 clang, clunk, 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 clang, and get to here as it tries to move because it hears the noises over here. And then by that point, it sees this fucking giant, fucking whatever the fuck this is, and turns towards that direction.
It's red.
And it's going to take its action to gore the cage. It doesn't do anything, but it takes its action to like and try to break through. You all watching this thing, let me just roll, right? Yeah, that's how smart you think this thing is. If you look at its modifier there, yeah.
All right.
Okay, these things are not very smart. So bear those things in mind. All right, so strike. You can, because it's a cage, you can see this giant gorgon doing its thing, but then you see this one who hasn't taken its turn yet. Like we'll just say on your turn, it's starting to turn its head at the noise from Big Boy. So it's going to see you on the start of its turn unless you do something.
Yeah, I want to fuck this guy's whole day up. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rush at him, try to grab him by the horns, and yeet him right on the fucking rock over there.
Yeesh.
Yeet.
Yeet.
Okay. All right. You need to spend one of your attacks to grapple, and then your second attack to throw him. If you succeed in grappling, he weighs a shit ton. What's your strength again?
20.
20 times 15.
That would
If
be
you're gonna try to lift
100.
him,
Well,
300.
if
He
it's
weighs a lot more than 300 pounds. Okay, so the grapple. The first grapple is the easier one. So let's see if you grab him by the horns.
All
He
right.
will-
So I'm gonna
he
just
will
give
try
you
to
a
resist you with a 10. So I think you have him by the horns because I don't think you can miss a 10 because you have a plus 10. Yes. Okay, so you grab him by the horns, and I picture you kind of turn him just a little bit
Or-
slightly towards you.
Another
Okay.
idea would be to mount him. Can I try that?
Mounting would be an easier DC than trying to throw him.
Let's do that.
Like, okay, you could try to mount him. I will give him advantage because he is bigger than you, and there's a lot going on. Nonetheless, it's not going to really matter very much because
Nah.
you're a barbarian.
Yes.
But I would do that
So-
now.
All right. So we will say you successfully mount him. At the start of his turn, you will be rolling a deck save to see if you continue to stay on him. And on your turn to continue to stay on him, you have to use one of your attacks to maintain the grapple. So
No
you
problem. Let me
use-
just see if I can do anything with my bonus action here.
Welcome to the rodeo, folks.
Mhm.
Population strike.
The mechanical bull.
Yes.
Oh yeah. This
I
is the
mean-
mechanical bull.
Okay. He's grappled, and I'm gonna put this symbol on here. It says dominated, but it does look like someone's like, has a little like puppeteer.
Ah,
Don't.
Nothing useful for bonus action.
It's
here. Oh,
fucking
sad.
dominated, all right.
Dominated.
Don't.
All right.
Accept
And
that.
then count down one of
No.
them. Range. Okay. This is a sudden strike.
Not a singular bonus action that is of any use. That level barbarian.
Okay. So
I mean, I
this
could
thing.
still bonus attack with a claw if you count those as attacks before, and I can use a bonus action to attack if that's a thing.
A grapple is counted as an attack, so you could.
Okay,
use
then
a
can use an
bonus
attack
action.
as a bonus action. Yeah, why not? Boom. Fuck you.
Ow. Okay. You know, your claws seem, even though they are made of, keratin, they're not. We haven't. You have them coated in metal, I guess, a little magic metal. Never mind. Yeah, that hurts. Doesn't like that. You clearly notice that it has no resistances to your damage. They're simply beefy boys. Arrows. You're in the shadow of the rock right now. You don't think any of the Gorgons see you. If this thing wasn't distracted by a cage and this thing, he probably would see you. And this one is more concerned by whatever Alexander is by this point, obviously.
Well,
So what do you want to do?
talk about being between a rock and a hard place.
Literally.
Okay, shit.
You told me to do something. It's your turn.
How unfortunate for you. I'm not really a fighter. And
Fuck
she
it.
will manifest in her hand an energetic dart and launch it at this guy. Do I have advantage
have
since it's unaware?
He is, although he's not surprised by Alexander, he is surprised by you. So yes.
Yay. That was not rolled with advantage. There is the advantage.
There it is.
I'll take the first damage.
Cool.
That's
And
fine.
oh, my sneak was already at it. Cool.
Yeah.
Great. So that is my action. Then with my bonus action, I'm going to expend one of my side eye. 40 feet, that's good enough. And she's and as she manifests another dart in her hand, she looks at Alexander saying, "Good luck!" and throws a dart to the top of this rock and teleports to it.
Fucking asshole.
Are you Katarina now?
Yes.
I love it. I
Uh-huh.
love it.
Hater.
Been there, does it?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6
Fucking-
times.
I kind of miss the original Katarina, like before the rework.
It's kind of the same. It's just
I like her
W-
throwing daggers.
I miss the old Malzahar. No more crit crabs.
All right. Is at the end of your turn, Eros?
Yeah, she just sits on the rock and waves.
Okay, I will say this thing with the noise you made is aware of your presence, but Alexander's closer by this point. So he's gonna turn to Alexander. But Alexander, you have a turn, and he's just out of reach. So technically, you could move without opportunity as long as you move away from him.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'm gonna.
yeah, with his big head and his hooves, he only has a 5-foot reach. So you were just out.
Yeah, I'm gonna yell, Keith! And I'm gonna yell for Keith as I yeah. Fuck. All my spells are concentration because I'm an aberration person.
Oh,
Fuck.
yeah. Whoops.
Whoops, all concentration.
Time for the old run and hide behind a rock technique.
That's what I'm planning. Yeah. So,
It's a good wizard technique.
Yeah,
yeah.
the
So, well,
classic
I can
run and
use my
hide
action to dash. So I got 60 feet of movement. So I
Yeah,
can
you can.
go. How do
Going
you-
through orange squares does count as difficult terrain. If I drew an orange square, it's difficult terrain.
Okay,
Dwayne?
so to Wayne.
Typical
Dwayne.
Dwayne.
Yeah.
Is it a cousin of the
Dwayne.
Angry Square?
Angry Square.
How do you do
They
the
could-
how
What's the question?
oh no, the game's frozen now. Oopsies.
Well, tell the little hamster in your motherboard.
How do you get this
to
how do you
spin
get this thing
faster.
off? How do you oh there it is. So how do you do the draw the like go by each square? You know, like you know how you draw and the like that.
And then they
that,
move.
that. How,
I
how,
still haven't figured it
You
out.
just right
Okay.
Drag, and you're
You
gonna right click.
Right click, yeah. And you also yeah, I'll leave it there.
how do you so
If you
Oh,
right
okay,
click it'll
so
yeah.
Suffering succotash. Be very quiet. I'm hunting wabbits.
Okay.
Webby tease.
That's cool. The only narrative I'm gonna add into that is as you walk by, this thing attempts to attack you, but the force gauge obviously protects it.
cool. So yeah, I move all the way behind Keith and I'm like Keith and then that's my turn to use my action to dash, but it's Keith's turn and Keith travels a full 40 feet and he's gonna make 4 attacks.
4 attacks. How does he have 4 attacks?
So with the multi attack equals half of the spell's level, I use 8, so that's 4. So
Ooh, okay.
it has
I was just-
4 attacks.
I was just asking for clarification because I don't use this spell all the time.
So
Cool.
first attack, second attack, third attack, fourth attack.
The 19 just hits.
Cool. So
So they all
boom,
hit.
boom, boom,
Jesus.
and boom.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is a very powerful spell.
Especially at 8th level.
Yeah. You well not you, Keith uses his big pincher arms, grabs it by its head, and forces it kind of onto its side, and then uses his other pincher arm to grab it under its armpit, and then slowly pinches one arm off and then the other on that side.
Hey.
So I will say he is prone, and he can still move, but he's like slow. And he's very, very injured. It's very obvious after that. Or it, I should say. I don't know. Nonetheless, that looks like Alexander's turn.
That thing's dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay. And then,
You said do
Edwin,
something. I did something.
with your passive perception, even with the sunlight out being what it is, it is very obvious what is going on here. That another group has come in and are casting spells, attacking. There's a fucking demon. And as what you are, you would know what kind of demon this is. This is very common from your heritage. So take that as you will. Summoning demons. Some people don't like that idea. No. But what
Who would
do you want to
think?
do with your new character, Vedwin? And none of the rest of these people are aware of you. Maybe Eros is loosely coming aware at the start of your turn, as long as you're not stealthing, because her passive perception is ridiculous and she's up high. But everyone else doesn't know you're here.
He would be stealth 100%.
Okay. Why don't you roll a stealth check for how you came into this turn? And if you want to maintain stealth for this turn, you'll have to use one of your actions to do so.
That's fine. Oh.
Okay. So,
What? No.
he
It's
was
probably whispered to the DM.
Yeah.
That was by
Okay.
accident.
Yeah, it's all good. Eros being 35, 40 feet up like you are almost on the top of that. Even with what he rolled, you see a shadow north of everything. A humanoid shadow with something else on all fours kind of following along. But that's the extent of what Eros sees. You don't have any other specifics than that. It's pretty far away. So, what do you want to do, Vedwin, with your new character?
Oh, run 30. I'll run behind here.
Okay.
And then stealth again because I don't know these people. Or
Makes sense.
Sorry, not stealth again, but because I believe I'm stealth. But if you want me to roll again, I can.
Let's look at line of sight. Okay. If you're gonna stay there, you can maintain yourself. If you move beyond there, you'll need to roll.
Cool. And then my pet will run behind these rocks here.
All right.
And then I'll end
And-
my turn.
Why don't you roll me why don't you roll me a perception check at the end of your turn? Okay.
Nice.
Someone that can almost compete with, Eros now. Sweet Jesus. Okay. You with a 32, everything that's happened in the last round you're aware of. That there's a wizard
know
running around, there's a force cage, there's a cage. You don't know, maybe you don't know what a force cage is, but there's something trapped in an invisible cage. And then there's a badger man on a rodeo duty.
I would also add to that. You can see
And arrows.
the woman on top of the
Mhm.
rock. You see that she's looking in your direction.
Yeah. Very cool. Okay. Rodeo time.
What pet is that? Is that a fucking pet werewolf? What is it?
Looks like an owl
You don't
bear.
you don't see it just yet, but I'll make it big for players.
It is an owl bear.
Oh yeah,
Oh
That's
no,
definitely-
okay.
I
Totally
love
an owl
owl
bear.
bears. Owl bears
It's
are my
not a
favorite
platypus
monster.
bear, but an owl bear.
That would be even worse. We do not speak of this abomination. That would break the game,
Platypus bear?
especially with the head.
It could have been a drop bear, but
It's
I
a honey
decided to
badger
invest
bear.
in
Carry the
Okay.
platypus bear.
Drop bear, just breaking the game.
Carry
Just
the
breaking the
platypus
universe. Let's go there.
Okay. I need you to roll a dex save just to hold on as he starts to run crazily, trying to buck you off as part of his movement. Strike. And then I will need disadvantage. Okay. And he's trying to use his head in an awkward way to kind of swing back and hit you. It has no success whatsoever. But Strike, I do need a dex save just as part of your turn. Just stay on here.
Oh,
As
dex
part of
save,
this
alright.
turn. Okay, you barely stay on as he's all over the place. But that is their turn. He makes a weird metallical kind of angry male cow noise. And there is a response from the one in pain on its side being ripped in the same process. And then this guy just gets fucking angry as all fuck. And trying to get towards whatever's going on. And then in the distance, you hear another one of these. You did see 4. And this one kind of spends its movement to get to that point, and then it's going to roll a perception check.
Oh no, that one is curved horns.
Mama's coming home.
Oh, shit.
And it doesn't see Vedwin with that perception check. But they do see Eros and the other people in this way. It's obvious that they're going to start to charge in that general direction on their next turn. But Vedwin, your character would, of course, be aware of this. That was Mama's turn. Okay. He's on the ground. He's prone. He got thrown outside. Slow. Yeah, he's just going to do that. I need your Keith to roll a DC 13 con save.
DC 13 con save? Sure. How to roll a con save on an NPC sheet?
If they don't have a specific save bonus, just click their constitution score and it'll roll.
19.
All right, easy peasy. Okay. So it starts to turn into stone from its chest outwards, and then he just roars back at the Gorgon, and then that just dissipates.
Yeah, don't mess with Keith.
No, don't. He hits like a truck. Yeah.
Yeah.
The newer summon spells in and of themselves are powerful, but that's one of the more powerful ones. The ones that like
Yeah.
scale with your level, those are really cool.
Yeah,
all right.
summon Keith.
So, Dolly.
We need a new spell for that specifically.
Dolly, what do you want to do? With your passive perception, you're aware of everything within 50 feet of you. You have no... And Mama coming on the screen. You have no idea, of course, of Bedwin's new character yet.
Yeah. I only have 30 feet of movement, so I can't get to melee, sadly, but I am going to
Sadly?
go over here.
All right. Are you still 30 feet in the air?
Correct. Or on correct. One or the other.
Or are you going down a little bit?
I'm going to, as I move, yeah, I'm also going to go down 10 feet.
Okay.
So I'm 20 feet high now. And yeah, I'm going to help out Keith here, even though I can't really do much yet because I'm not in melee.
Okay. The creature is technically prone, but it's also
It's prone?
unaware of you, so it's a normal roll.
Okay.
So if you're doing an attack roll.
No cantrips?
Let's see. Here it is.
Ooh. That definitely hits.
A warlock who doesn't automatically go for Eldritch Blast. What are you?
Pact of the Blade.
Ooh.
That explains it.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to describe how you destroy this Gorgon laying on the ground prone, loosely being held by Keith? Because it is done.
Okay. So as this thing is just, restrained on the ground, you just see like out of the ground, you see like a ghostly sort of like bird claw just rise up and just sort of scratches it right along its neck.
Ooh. As it's like just finishing that petrification breath, so it like coughs and just and its like head folds in on itself. It turns into something more looking like a construct relatively quickly without that support from the neck. I like that. Get an inspiration point, Corsair.
Okay, that is all I do.
All right. This Gorgon is
Angry.
It obviously has no success with it, right? But that doesn't mean it doesn't try.
Mhm.
And it is going to yeah. It breathes out a petrification breath. And Dolly, since you flew down 20 feet, you are in range of it now.
Uh-oh.
Because it has a 30-foot cone. So
I mean, I am invisible still.
you are invisible, but it doesn't have to see you to do this. So it's just going in that direction, obviously angry at the death of its child, and just breathes out trying to get to it. DC 13 Constitution save.
Question, Seth. Does the Gorgon, the big Gorgon model, have like a breath coming out of it on the sides?
Yes.
Okay, because it looked like it was chewing grass.
That's what it is now, because it's funnier.
Okay.
I'm like,
Dolly con save, and then that's my turn. Strike. You have to use one of your attacks to maintain your grapple.
No
Damn.
There was
problem.
There's a new rule of inspiration we started to use last week in my Sunday game that you can apply here. You can spend 1 inspiration point if you're 1 away from the DC to give you that extra +1 and not waste a reroll.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll spend it.
okay.
So-
But I would use an inspiration point anyway.
Well, you do.
We might be
Now
using
you
that
said-
rule
now you
tomorrow,
say
Seth.
I'm raging
Rule's gonna
barbarian,
be-
so I'm just use that. Yeah.
All right, so you maintain your grapple, holding on to its horns, back of the neck. That's one of your attacks. What
All
do you do?
right. Can I steer it into the rock?
You will need to use your second attack to steer it. Yes.
All right.
this
Let's
one,
do that.
and this one, they couldn't hit a 26. That's why I didn't roll. With a 24 to resist you as you
29.
rage. Okay, you can steer him for half his movement. He has 20 feet.
Then for half his movement. Alrighty then.
Well, 20 feet is half. He has 40 actually. You can steer him for 20 because he's resisting and pulling and all this stuff. So where do you want to go with the 20 feet?
I just want to make him damage himself by running headfirst into this rock here.
Okay.
On some Monster Hunter shit over here.
Hmm.
Okay. What's your strength modifier?
5.
He takes 6 points of bludgeoning damage as he jam his head into the rock there.
To be fair, it's not as efficient as just attacking, but it's so much cooler. It's so much more fun.
It is. Is that your turn?
Nope, still with my bonus action attack. So I guess I'll just draw my axe sheathed on my back and try to slice his fucking goggles off. Boom.
Oh my
His
god!
head goes flying off.
Oh,
Alright, here's how I want to do it.
Holy
And
Okay,
shit!
how do
I
you-
steer that
How
thing
do you
into
have
the rock.
55 magical slashing?
Max rolled, right? It's a Vorpal Axe.
That's a plus 78. What the fuck?
Oh,
it's
did
a
I do
vorpal
something
okay,
wrong?
you added in. Okay, you added.
I
in,
added
got-
something completely wrong. Okay.
Okay,
I
but
see.
nonetheless, well, being a vorpal axe, being a creature that can lose its head, you decapitate it with that crit, and it's done.
And here's how I want to do it. The moment it hits the wall, I jump off immediately, do a little spitting flip into the air, draw my axe mid jump, and crash it down on the creature and just slice its fucking head off. Once
Jesus.
that's
Amazing
done,
attack.
once that's done, I pick up the head and taunt the big angry steel with it.
Okay. All right. Is that your turn then?
No, I can still move, and I want him to see it.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Everyone, look, I got a head.
We gotta have a cage match. We gotta have a
Yeah.
cage match between Keith and this thing.
Comes back with a
Alright.
fucking metal head.
I have Dimension Door. I can probably just try and Dimension Door with you inside.
Yeah, Dimension Door Keith
could.
inside. Cage
You could.
match.
You
Okay.
could. You
So
just gotta beat your own DC, I think.
Right. That's your turn.
That's my turn.
Okay, get an inspiration point.
Damn.
And
first-
then I'm going to
First use of the Vorpal Axe.
hold on
Shit.
before we. Yep.
Let me just redo that scripting because I fucked it up.
And it pays
Just
off.
to be clear, I never expected you guys to actually get the Vorpal Axe, but you made different choices. So-
We didn't even have to try. It just
I
came to
know.
us.
Well,
That is-
you made
that is
you
true.
made choices that force it. Okay. At the end of your
We
turn,
didn't make choices. They made choices.
At the end of your turn, I spend 4 inspiration to give to Hydra, Vedwin, Brandon, and Lust. As mommy in anger runs
Oh.
towards the deaths
Oh.
of her children. And that
she's
brings
dead.
us to arrows.
Eros gives off just claps for strike, but her head is still looking towards this shadow. And God's fucking damn it. Her eyes flash their purple glow. And Vedwin, your character hears in their head, "Hey, stranger, who are you? How's your sex life?"
There is no response.
There it is.
She has your sex life.
Yeah, well, that's usually Eris's one of Eris's second questions. The
I
people
missed
they
that.
just meet.
He just looks very confused.
Yeah, I know. Makes sense. Vedwin, get an inspiration point
For
for
confusion.
being on the receiving end of the confusion. I love it.
You're
Eros,
confused. You are inspired.
is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, I'm going to spend 4 more inspiration, giving to Lust, Greed, Brandon, and Corsair. As she charges forward another 40 feet, obviously trying to make her way towards strength.
Take him away.
But Alexander, you are able to react before Mama can get there. What do you want to do?
Oh yeah, so fucking yeah, let's go. You know what? I don't know. We're probably gonna get time after this, so fuck it. Go big or go home. Would this
Giant rubber
be?
ducky.
So I'm going to pretty much Okay, okay. One second. I need to see how far these guys are away from each other. Shit, they're more than Fuck, damn it. I wanted them to be within 30 feet for chain lightning. Damn.
Nope.
Fuck. What's better? What's better than chain lightning?
Chain nuclear.
Chain nuclear explosion. Yeah.
Nuclear. The word is nuclear.
Nuclear.
Technically, it's
Nuclear.
nuclear. No, it's nuclear.
Yeah, I guess he's just gonna hold his like hand up and make a finger gun, and he's going to shoot a he's gonna shoot a ray of frost at the thing. 24.
Okay, definitely hits, Mama.
Boom. So 21.
And it's yep, that's good to know. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Ray of Frost is for a charging creature. It's a good thing to use. So -10 to their movement, which, considering there's difficult terrain in their way that they're probably not going to pay attention to, that's almost a -20 to their movement.
Yep.
Well, 15.
And
Maybe.
yeah.
Okay.
And Alexander's gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet over here, and he's gonna yell, Keith! And Keith's gonna move a whole 40 feet right over here and ready in action to attack the mama when she gets within melee range. I think he
I
can
thought
move
he'd
right
not
here.
be 4K and I would die for him.
Yeah,
What?
so
Keith's reach is 5.
Keith's reach is 5. So yeah, so she would have to get within 5 feet of him for him, but he has a ready action to
Okay.
pretty much maul the mother.
Just because he has a reach of 5, I want to say that his big arms are slightly deformed because a normal Glabrezu has like a reach of 10. So it's like his arms are a little shorter.
He's hey,
He's still growing. He's a teenager.
Yeah, little arms.
All
But
right.
yeah, Keith's
that's your
ready
turn.
to fucking grab this bitch.
All right. I usually use the wrench to mark ready as a reminder for me. So, for thing, I put a wrench on Keith to remind that he's ready. But that when your character is up next, you see this very angry thing charging insensately towards the rodeo that just ended so abruptly. You probably didn't even see what Strike did. He just all of a sudden has a head in his hand. It's just like, how the fuck did he chop off a head of a metal thing so easily? I don't know. You do you. What do you want to do?
Don't question Strike.
He will just run to here. And then my pet will do the same. And I'll end my turn.
Oh, trying to stay sneaky. I would like a stealth check because you technically are in line of sight of Alexander, but you do have opportunity to hide behind the rock there.
Never mind. Yeah, no.
All right.
Yeah.
So Eros finally loses track of where he is. As you Eros probably would have seen him move away from the rock on the opposite side, but then Eros is generally insightful enough that they probably assume they're there, but you don't see them.
Aw, you left. Where'd you go?
All right. Mommy Gorgon is going to. It stops there, sees this demon, sees Strike, and then it sees their obvious progeny. And it stops. And I'm going to have it roll a wisdom check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not insightful. Those things.
I'm
so
just
yeah.
snarling at it to intimidate the bitch.
It is completely just, doesn't give a fuck. It's going to go here, and it's going to go this way, and then it's going to strike.
Oh, ready action?
Your ready to action goes off as they do this, of course.
Okay.
So yeah, Strike and Keith need to roll a con save DC 13. Strike just hits
Gotcha.
it.
So does this go off before I attack, or do I attack?
It's like the same time. Attack first. It's simultaneous as far as I'm concerned.
So 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think it's only one attack for ready action.
Mhm.
Is it? But it has
It's only-
multi attack.
You don't ready
Even-
multi attack.
You don't ready multi attack? Oh shit. Okay then.
I hate it too.
Right. Okay, then I guess it's the first one. So that's 18 necrotic, and it has to make it DC 13. 16 it saves.
Easy enough. With that hit. Okay. All right. At the end of no, I'm gonna say that. Okay. So I pretty much know what's gonna happen now, and yeah, there you go. All right, Dolly, still invisible. You can look around and obviously see you guys have. You're winning, right? You're obviously like for those things. Your general perception of this thing's been hit a couple times, but it's still standing. It's still very angry. What do you want to do? And you also could, if you can attack this one with your cage, like if you wanted to. I will just give it some cover.
Yeah, screw it. I'm just gonna start damaging this one, I guess. I'm just gonna fly down 10 more feet, which, seeing as this thing is large, I assume puts me in range to hit it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I will give them little bars. It's like a half inch, they said, between each one.
I am
Really?
invisible still, so that's
half
okay.
inch. Half inch. Yeah, so you have advantage, but I'm going to give it 3/4 cover. So it has plus
That is-
5 with CC.
I am a gambling man.
Are you though?
I mean,
And
we're
I
playing
did.
D&D,
I just
though.
gave it. Yeah, and I just gave it a bunch of inspiration.
1, 2.
24 just hits even with the 3/4 cover.
I like this brutish magic move.
And that
21,
Imagine if he had a real weapon.
22.
Oh, that would be too poor if we got to that.
You've been watching the last minute or so of the combat here. 30 seconds or so, I should say. And it's obvious just carried into this with your maul between, like I think you're almost like pommel striking it right in the eyeball or something like that. It's obvious this one just has more to it, like, and game mechanics, he has more HP. It's very obvious than the other ones with the damage you still have done there. But is that your turn, Dolly?
Screw it, I'll stay here.
Okay. It's been hit by something. It knows there's something attacking it now. So I think at disadvantage. Well, let me roll to see if it gets its breath back. Does not. Okay. At disadvantage with its gore, with its horns, it's going to try to do the same to you. You have additionally 3/4 cover, so +5 to your AC. 11.
That
Very good.
misses.
It was very good. It wasn't that crit. It really hurt. But nonetheless, it only has one attack, as these things do. For that, there were 4 of them, but you guys got surprise on. Surprise is a huge advantage, in my opinion, in D&D. Being able to get that unaware strike kind of thing. But speaking of strike, what do you want to do?
It's time to strike. Let's see.
Orange squares are difficult terrain.
Yeah, that mildly annoyed squares.
They're passive aggressive squares.
That makes more sense, yeah. Oh, I want to try something similar but different to what I did to the last fucker. Run up behind that thing this time and just straight up jump on its back. And control it that way. In the hope. I'm not worried. I've got a movement of 50 feet. It's no biggie. And in the hopes that I will only use one of my attacks for this.
Okay. Alrighty. You roll first because you may roll so high that it doesn't matter for me. So athletics.
Ooh.
Okay, I actually have a chance.
Oh.
Ew. Like just straight, just
no, not reeling. Fuck it. I'm just attacking this bit. Where's my fucking ballplex? Yeah. Yeah, expected bonus action because of the claw. I get 2 attacks still. Sweet. Good shit. Eat that crit.
Oh god.
what the fuck?
Why wasn't it the Vorpal axe?
For a
you have
second
no
there, I
idea.
thought it was. I was like, holy shit.
But I have that crit here wrong too.
Oh,
It's
sick.
2d6 + 6. It's bullshit. It's wrong. It's stupid. It's just a 6. So 8 + 6. Yeah, that's what it is. Then I'm gonna do it again, and then I'm gonna do the fucking mobile X.
Yeah, 25 minutes.
Dude, you should have just led with the Vorpal axe first, man.
But where would be the excitement in that?
You would chop off 2 heads in succession?
Strike.
Yes, that's me.
I would like you to roll a nature or arcana check with disadvantage.
I'm so good at both of those.
Oh
Let's see.
no.
Where's nature? Disadvantage. Yeah, I'm suck.
Now, there's a positive to you not succeeding the check. The unfortunate is you don't get to know the positive. You didn't succeed the check.
All I know is it's a positive.
But there is that.
Incoming sanity roll? Question mark?
I don't know. We'll get to that point.
God.
Is that your turn, Strike?
After all, I good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Eros, what do you do?
Eros is going to standing on top of the rock, give a little, sideways stretch, saying to the shadow in its head, "We'll talk later. I don't mind the shy ones." And is going to go for a psychic dart towards the mama.
Okay.
Does a 16 hit?
Unfortunately, she moves her head at just the right point, and you actually hit one of her horns.
Okay, then I will spend a psychic dice to add to the roll.
Okay. That's
19.
exactly what you needed. So it like spins off her horn, but you redirect it to go behind her neck. And with that damage, would you like to describe how they die beyond that?
So with her dart, as it like I would say it doesn't bounce off the horn itself since it's psychic energy. It would begin to like graze it, but then the psychic energy as she redirects it, quote unquote, ends up moving right over its head and then discharges right where the brain would be and would essentially melt it from the inside. So whatever orifices its brain would leak out of, yeah, that's happening.
Okay.
I just imagine the brain aneurysm meme, you know, where it zooms in and makes the fart noise as like the vein pops out. You know that meme?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just imagine that.
I am going to. It's a slight caveat here because Force Cage still has a thing to it. So there's that. At the end of your turn, I spend 4 inspiration, and I give it to Lust, Greed, Brandon, and Corsair. As
But also not nice. I'm scared.
this thing spends gets. I spend 4 initiative, 4 inspiration to see if this thing had a chance to get out of this and go to its fallen people. It does not. It fails the charisma save, of course. But it had a chance, and Gorgon can't teleport in and of itself. But Dolly just saw this thing generate enough anger towards what's going on to its family to almost try to teleport out of this force cage. It loves its family that.
Oh, don't worry, I'm
much.
coming your way.
I would like all of you to roll a sanity save.
I was just gonna say, if we're gonna have to roll a sanity save to mourn the death of Metal Chaos, I swear to fuck.
17. That is above my score.
It is. You have to beat your score is all you have to do with this check.
I'm pretty sane.
So I gain a sanity point, or like I go from 13 to
No,
14?
you don't gain. You have to create instances to gain.
Okay.
This
This
is
is
just
a
to
lot.
not lose.
This is just to not lose what is going on here.
Okay.
So
Not
looking.
if I was no
I
longer
fail.
completely insane.
Okay. Before I say anything, I will say, does anyone want to use an inspiration to reroll?
No.
Okay.
No.
So it looks
Great
like
the insanity.
Corsair and Vedwin, you each.
Oof.
Oh my
3
God.
and 4 to your sanity score, overall score. Corsair, the idea of this thing almost breaking for not being a true like magic casting creature, almost breaking your magic, it unsettles you that the enormity and power of what the Tarath is able to still do even this far away. It still has that power to give its creations and things that are born from it, as people loosely understand, that aid in some way. It is a primordial god. And Vedwin, I think your character is just like, what the fuck is going on right now? Like, there's a demon, there's a cage, it's trapped. There's this weird lady speaking in my head. There's a badger man that's walking around with a head of one. Like, it's just like, what the fuck? I think it's a big thing. All right, Alexander.
I still have one thing I could do.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
For her bonus action, she will. Oh, nice, cool. Casting another dart is going to throw it over here and will teleport on top of this rock.
That's such a cool ability. Such fun. Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. Alexander had to go AFK. So
Don't worry, Keith is still there.
I think I
Keith.
will we'll have Keith move forward. And then
Smack 'em.
Keith will. The thing still has 3/4
Three
cover,
quarts.
Ooh.
but
And only the first two?
24. Yeah, the first two. You are correct.
Oh,
Good damage on the second one. And then we'll have Alexander. Just go to what's at the top of the sheet. Unfortunately, misses with the cover. And yes, Edwin, what do you want to do?
I will. There's not too much I can do. You guys pretty much taking care of everything. I'll just vibe where I am at the moment.
So you're telling me I should have put 4 more of these. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Nonetheless. Okay. You're just gonna chill. That's cool. Corsair, I meant to mention so we can retcon. My brain just got distracted with the narration of the teleport. His movement before he tried to teleport, you technically could have used your reaction to opportunity attack if you wanted to. So I will allow you to do that if you would like before you do your official turn.
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So still advantage, but he does have the cover nonetheless.
Gotta remove that effect.
Unfortunately, just misses, kind of cling between your cage there a little bit of a clang. But now it's your official turn. What do you want to do?
I'm going to go up 5 feet and I'm gonna smack it more.
Okay.
Oops, gotta let it X out of my sheet. There it is. Wow.
Dang, 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 dang.
Well, damn.
All right. You could use inspiration on that before we change over. That is your
Nah,
turn.
I'm good. I'm just gonna use the rest of my movement to sidestep over here.
Okay.
And
Easy enough.
that one.
Okay, I'm back.
I took your turn just to kind of keep things moving. Your creature attacked it twice, and then I did a firebolt for you. That missed, unfortunately, but the thing is looking ragged. Nonetheless, on its turn, not seeing Dolly still, he will try to go after Keith. I'm gonna see if he can recharge his breath though. Ooh, he's gonna use his breath. So Dolly, I'm gonna rule you're just out of the cone on that right side there. So this will hit Keith, it looks like only. If they're going 30 feet. Yeah.
T-pose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only gonna hit Keith. So Keith con save DC 13. You wanna roll that for me?
On
And
save
then
DC 13. Can I use give an inspiration point for for him to reroll?
yeah, of course.
Cool.
Oh.
Yes.
Just hits it. Nice. So
Damn.
he's like part of his arm that's forward there is starting to turn to stone, and then it like he just throws like the stone away, and it just like turns into sand on the ground. Gorgon, turn done. Strike. What do you do? I will say your Gorgon is difficult terrain because it's a big fucking Gorgon. So 10, 20 feet of movement, or you could go 10, 15, or you could do you. Yeah, that works too.
Either you.
50 feet of movement. Yeah, does the thing. Yeah. You're muted. I don't know if you're muted. I don't hear
Oh,
you
I'm
speak.
muted, yes. But
Uh,
I do have a 20-foot burrow speed. Can I utilize this to just dig under the difficult terrain?
Yes.
Sweet. Then I will do just that.
Strike an inspiration point for using burrow speed.
Thank you. I don't know why I never used it. It would have been so handy so many times I just always forgot.
Because we were in a city.
Yeah.
No, I did use it to dig tunnels. It was vastly more useful there.
Yeah, tunnels.
All right, so you could occupy this square or this square, and technically Dolly's still above the ground, so you could be under her. You just don't know she's there. She's still invisible.
All right. I want to say I'm still holding the decapitated head of the other one as I approach. How does that thing react?
Oh, put yourself where you're at, so I know where it's looking.
Gotcha.
Okay. It is snarling and coughing after breathing the breath, and then if it depends on where you're holding the head. Are you holding it out, obviously, for it to see it, or are you just
Yeah, I wanted to see it.
Okay, then yeah, it slowly turns to you, ever so slowly, and is like its attention is obviously on you. Like, and then you start to watch with your passive. It's looking at the head, trying to understand obviously what's going on. Like, it didn't see you decapitate it, so it's like, you know, is that what do you want to do? Is it? It's just movement.
That's what's it for the movement. I'm just toss the fucking it aside and try to kill it.
Oh, that's a no.
Nope. With
But it's
the
Yep.
3/4 cover from the cage, kind of weirdly protecting it, that misses.
That's too bad. Then I'll hit him with 2 claw attacks. I'll try to.
Arrows, are you able to do non-lethal?
No, that's not a thing.
If you want to do non-lethal, it's something you need to narrate. Mechanically, I don't do non-lethal damage. Like, if you bring something down to 0 HP, it is going to start to die. Because I also have the mechanics where you guys can attempt to, get momentum points to like converse with it and try to get it to understand your perspective. That'll allow the combat to start. So when something drops to 0, someone has to use a resource or a medicine check or something to like make sure it isn't going to die. You have to. I've never liked the idea of non-lethal damage, just personally. So, but there are ways around it, in my opinion, anyways. But this is also why I have unique mechanics for medicine checks and things like that to like discern HP and things like that. So, for example, Strike, what's your medicine check score?
My medicine is at a 4.
4. So it's a
Yeah.
passive 14. That beats the DC of a passive con for what a Gorgon is. I do passives in that same aspect. If you can beat that, you can discern. So, like, for example, Strike knows this thing's just above half HP right now. Just above. At the end of it.
Yes.
And if you spend your action to do an active medicine check, I will tell you exactly how much HP it has.
Nah, I think I just refer attack again.
So, well, you already started your action moves. So the cage is awkwardly protecting it. It's one of those things where I love the irony of Horse Cage. It stops them. But trying to attack in a half inch is very difficult.
Then I look up at the castle lady.
Can't see her.
And just say, would you kindly remove this annoying cage?
She's invisible.
You don't know.
Okay.
So it's more like Dolly's nearby, and you
Then
presume
I'm
it's
saying
either.
something else. I
Yeah.
just realized, to whom it may concern, would you kindly lower this annoying invisible cage so I can kill this thing?
Make it sound. And that might be the name.
Not the
of
passive
this
aggressive
edition.
to whom it may concern mid
To whom it
combat.
may concern.
Mid
Lower the
combat
force cage.
screaming at the universe. To whom it may concern, I give no shits. That's just like,
Oh god.
This
classic strike.
All right, is that your turn, Strike?
Yeah.
Okay. At the end of your turn, I'm gonna spend my last little pocket of inspiration, and I'm gonna give it right to left. So Hydra, Corsair, Vedwin, Brandon, as this thing attempts yet again to try and escape.
So
Cannot.
so you have force cage, Corsair, but I have the resilient spear. But the thing is, the thing can push on it to make it roll. So I was thinking like, hey, put it in a ball, and it's just pinballing off the rocks.
That's fucked up.
Just ding 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 ding. Just we're avoiding a
Okay.
fucking pinball gorgon.
So all of you, yeah, you're in your position. You all can loosely see this thing just blipped out for the briefest moment and tried to escape the cage, but was unsuccessful. It's obviously not strong enough in its magical capability to do so. But Eros, what do you do?
Just to state, Eros also doesn't have narrative ways to incapacitate, considering she does psychic damage. So she literally attacks the brain. So that it's pretty difficult for her to not kill something if she is attacking. But in any case, how high is the force cage wall? And how
What is
high is the
it?
rock that she's on? Because the
Force
spell itself doesn't actually say the height of the cage.
Oh,
20
20
feet
feet by
on
20
us.
feet. So,
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
think it's
20 feet on all sides.
I've been thinking for this combat that this rock is about that. It's probably a foot or so less or higher, but about 20 feet. Doesn't
So
exactly go flush with it, but you also can't see it either. Like you know this thing's in there, but you can't see the top of this. It's invisible.
okay, this is just for my own clarification purposes. So yeah, I can't see it, but with me being
Unless
20
you have
feet
true
up,
sight.
yeah, I don't have that. So being 20 feet up with an additional like 5 feet because I'm standing up, would I have a direct? Because I'm going to attack it regardless. It's just a matter of whether or not I have to deal with the cover of it.
Here's what I will say. With this question in mind, it was something I was loosely thinking as this combat has happened, and I've had this happen before in another game. We will say if you would, anyone, not just Eros, if anyone wants to use their bonus action to roll a perception check, you could get rid of the cover by focusing. If you beat the DC 18 spell of Dolly.
Taking the aim action.
Yeah, I think I do.
Yeah, you do. You only had to get a 5. But nonetheless, you still have to spend that bonus action to do that. So, all right, you get rid. You pretty sure you have a clear sight, whatever that means. I will not add the cover. Let's see if you hit.
Okay. Then we throw a dart at it. I will spend a side eye to try and increase that. Fuck
That's
it. I
still
have plenty of inspiration to re-roll. We'll try again. Does a 21 hit?
21 definitely hits.
Okay, we can
20.
just use the first damage. I mean, unless you want to take the second damage, I leave it to you.
No, I'll take it first. That's what I did earlier. Okay.
Almost same difference. Almost.
All right. It definitely hits. It roars. It's kind of looking around. It feels, it got hit in the butt somehow.
Hit in the butt, yet it feels in the head. Like what?
With your passive medicine, you know this thing's under half HP. Easy.
Okay, fair enough. That since I had to use my bonus action to do the perception thing, that'll be all I got.
Okay. Alexander, what do you want to do?
So, question: does the city that we're just at does it have like, I wouldn't say it a vet, but I would say like I guess a place where they keep beasts, like
I imagine there's a stable master. Yeah, I have a stable somewhere. At least one stable. It's a decently sized city. There's a couple thousand dogs and others that live there. So there's probably a handful of small stables throughout the city.
oh yeah, I was thinking like maybe like like animal handlers, like larger stables when it's like, hey, we don't want to kill this thing, but also we had to like animal control, like
I think there's I don't see why in this city, like if we were talking about where you were last session with the weasel folk, probably not. But this city, I could see maybe someone like raising some weird beast or something. There's probably one of the like someone in there. Yeah, like I don't think it's like an official business sort of thing. I think
no.
like people know this guy does this, and he kind of breeds and sells things sometimes throughout the city. So
Yeah.
I think that would make sense. I need to take a note
Yeah,
on this.
'cause I was thinking if we do kill it, or at least take it down to where it's making death saving throws, or whatever, like if we knock it down, I could teleport it to a place in the city because it's dying, and then hopefully someone will see it, be like, hey, there's this thing that's barely breathing, that's battered up, but it's incapacitated, knowing a place or knowing where that would be, so then possibly that said person or even the guards could
Okay.
like
I
get it.
need you
and
to roll a history check.
Okay, because if they could like, while it's down, stabilize it, but also what is it called when you keep something from moving? Restrain it. Then boom, they could study why this thing now is part organic and what's going on, Saving the specimen basically by teleporting it back to the city. So yeah, I'll make a history check. 16.
Okay. DC, I was thinking it was a 15. So this is what I know. Okay, you know of this person, you know where they are. That's not the issue. The issue is the city sent you here to dispose of these things.
Okay.
The likelihood of this person, who I'm going to name Yorick, looking at this thing and just saying, I'm going to like bring it back to health is very unlikely without someone persuading him. Like
Gotcha.
these things have been kind of terrorizing the outskirts of town for a few months. So you don't think with that history check that the Sinis people, the Dogfolk people, even Yorick would go anything past, oh, well, we should probably bury it?
Okay. Then what about from my history? Because I am a researcher, I've been to different research facilities. Would I know someone that would like to take a look at this? Do I in my contact list as being an archaeologist, a researcher, all that, would I know someone being like, hey, this guy would like to take a look at this?
Yes.
And like analyze it and research
Yes.
it. Do I know anybody like that?
Yes.
Okay.
If only we had a ranger.
If only we had a ranger in this party, that'd
only
be
you had-
crazy.
It'd be crazy if you had
Well,
two rangers.
in fairness to Alexander, Brandon, you weren't here last session, so we couldn't really introduce Birdman in the
Yeah.
full aspect of things.
Yeah, we're just
In
being
6 days, you've met a person who would want to look at
Yeah,
something like
but
this.
that's a good idea to bring up. Like you've been hanging
Yeah.
out with Birdman for the last 6 days.
Okay, gotcha.
But Birdman didn't come to this combat. Brandon and I
Yep.
kind of talked about that earlier.
Yep.
So Birdman's hanging out back at the camp. And
But yeah,
Brandon, thank you for being patient with that.
I got you. No. Hell yeah. I wanted this to play out first. This is way more important. Fuck yeah. Somebody could have
Okay.
died.
Potentially,
Yeah.
yes. If I was able to attack one of you all at once, you would have been fucked.
Yeah.
With all
If
four.
I
somebody
kn-
could have died. It would have been
From me hanging out with
Right.
Birdman, if I feel like I get the feeling that he would be able to take care of this thing, like restrain it, but also be able to like deal with it since he is a ranger.
I think what would come to mind is the idea of maybe Eros with Cash, the construct, and Strike setting up sort of some restraints at the beginning. Birdman's strength isn't 100%, but Birdman is a well-traveled ranger. He's very knowledgeable about the natural world, and especially Birdman. What are your foci?
He's
foci?
also a very hot elf. That's the most
Beasts
important.
Or like
and
hunters,
fiends.
beasts
Yeah,
and
hunter.
fiends.
Beasts and fiends. Yeah,
And,
those are
and
my
hunter.
favorite.
Okay, so like Gorgon are like beasts adjacent. Like they're monstrosities, but like there are certain monstrosities, aberrations, and whatnot that behave more like beasts, and Gorgon kind of fall under that.
And it's more organic now, right? Because of the mutations that's been happening.
There
so
is a organic nature to it. So
I was gonna say, he's
Birdman
also
would be
probably
able to get initial ideas, but to answer proximity, Birdman is an obvious one. To answer though your initial choice with discussions we've had with Alexander before in the past, where you initially met your husband or ex-husband, I should say, is in those to metagame a little bit. Those of you that their kind of meeting happened in the Dragon Rider lands, where three of these other players played in last campaign, but and in the elf world over in that, where I imagine the Dragon Riders, the elves, like this would be something they would like chomp a bit at because this is so unheard of. It's really far away.
but is it
From you, that's an obvious, like that's the first thing that came to my mind, and then there were two other ideas that came to my mind.
okay?
Like there's being the discussion of Alexander kind of traveling around the city looking at artifacts over the last few months to a year or so, whatnot, as we discussed. You probably would have made in some way a connection to the dwarves to the north of here. I think the dwarves were chomping at a bit to like look at a metallic monster that's like giving birth and like has a giant dick, and it's like, what the fuck? It's just like, the dwarves would like,
Oh yeah, the dick's gonna be enormous.
because like I just don't picture like reproductive organs. Like it obviously has reproductive organs. Like these things aren't supposed to have those. Like those are the things that are like more quasi organic. And then the other idea is obviously your ex-husband would know someone in the city of Salt.
Gotcha.
That someone in the 5th house, God, and the 11th house, the 9th house, like so many houses would be like, oh my God, what the you could sell this.
Yeah,
in
because
the city of Salt. Like, you make money. You could make a shit ton of money on a Gorgon in the city of Salt. Like if you wanted to sell, while alive or dead. Like alive, of course, would probably be more, but even dead, you think you could get thousands of gold.
Because I was planning that because the fiend does go on my turn. If my fiend drops it, for me to ready an action to teleport it to a place where it can get taken care of. If it goes down due to my fiend, because my fiend's not gonna kill it outright. I'm gonna have my fiend take it down because you can't, as you said, you can't do non-lethal mechanically, but you can take it to where it needs to be.
Yeah, you can kind of gauge this.
Yes.
I'm gonna click on your sheet so I can look at your medicine. Okay. Your medicine.
Just so you know,
medicine just passive wise. What?
If you want something to not be killed, you gotta communicate it in character because we kill everything. Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do communicate it in character.
Yes,
So with your one more thing. With your passive medicine as a 12, it's injured and it's on the way down, but you can't really gauge exactly where it doesn't have the anatomy that you're having, and especially strike and doll and so you could use your action if you wanted, instead of holding it, to roll an active medicine check versus its con passive to see exactly how much it goes.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because
Exactly how
I
much
can use a
HP.
bonus action. I can use a bonus action for that, right?
You can use an action to roll a medicine check. You can use
Action
a bonus
roll
action to
medicine
do
check.
you can use your bonus action to do that perception check to kind of get rid of the cover if you wanted to, if you're attacking it.
Oh, okay. Because yeah, I was just like, because like it's a while before it gets to my turn, and it's probably gonna die before my next turn. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, I just want to decide which place I'm sending it to before I get this teleportation spell. Whether I'm sending it to Birdman, or I'm sending it to the dwarves, the elves, and the Dragonlands, or if I'm sending it to one of the houses that I probably visited with my ex-husband. What would be the best place, guys?
I don't know.
Up
Are
to
you? I assume you're asking this in character.
Yeah, I guess like before we attacked this, I guess retroactively we had a meeting, like, because if we were to save this thing, where would
That
we
sounds like an inspiration spend of 2.
Okay, well, I got 2 points from you. You gave me 2 points. And I already
Okay,
had 1 point at
so
the start of the session, so I'll use two inspiration narratively, say we had this conversation before this started, that
okay.
if
I
we
love
were
that
to
we can
save
use
this thing.
inspiration I love that we
Yeah.
can use inspiration to retcon things.
Yeah, so
minor
if we
things.
were, yeah.
Minor
if we were,
minor things like this make sense.
We
This
did
is
have 4
exactly why
hours
they're-
to do it too.
and you guys watched it for 20 minutes almost, like with the clairvoyance and everything else. So there would have been time, and that's cool. I like that. This is why inspiration exists. All right, so is that your turn? You're just
yeah,
ready?
well, yeah, I just want to ask, like, everyone,
Okay.
where do we like? What do we want to do with this? Like, where do we want to send this thing? Do we want to send it away from us to someone else, or do we want Birdman to keep it? Because I don't care who I send it to, but it's whether it's Birdman, our party, or I send it to just some other place.
Why? No, seriously, why?
Well, Birdman says he would be interested in it. I thought.
I mean, maybe, but that's what. I mean,
We
I
should
think Zen-
probably focus on taking it down first.
Well, yeah, that's what my demon's about to do. It's just whether I'm going to teleport it, because once it gets knocked out, it can't really make a save, can it? Or it can, but like a dying person making a save against a teleport, like, how does that work, DM?
Just to clarify, is this a conversation happening retroactively in the past?
Yes,
or a conversation
retroactively. I
happening
spent
now?
This is their retroactive as their.
Okay, so they're not like this. Like they're not fighting. They're like still on their way
Yeah,
to
this
it.
is
Okay.
before the fight happened.
So I don't understand the scenes. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
That's fine.
You're good.
Creatures automatically failed strength and dex saves when conscious. Nothing about their other.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
You would still have a chance to make the save. Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, so yeah, he's going to, I guess, the closest place would be the dwarves, in case, and the closest place is the
Okay.
dwarves, and I can tell Birdman about it. That if he wants to go
Yeah.
see this thing, he can go to the
Okay.
dwarves.
One caveat:
Yes.
teleport is willing creatures.
Oh, I thought it said you can do unwilling creature, but has to make a save.
And
I just drag that thing. Don't worry.
I think that's
That's
legendary.
that's plane shift.
No. I was gonna say that's plane shift maybe, but
Oh.
hold on. Let me look at teleports for a minute. Can you forcefully teleport someone on the same plane?
I'm looking through and I don't see an instance of that.
Can we use some amount of inspiration to just wave that?
Yeah, that is just plane shift. You can't force.
Yeah, okay, cool. Then I won't teleport it. I don't have any healing. I don't have any stabilization spells. But I can banish it. at least once
Yeah.
it gets. Yeah, you know, what if banishment sends it to a little demi-plane, right? If it's from this plane of existence. One second.
Yes.
You attempt to send a creature harmless demi-plane. While there, the
Only-
target is incapacitated. So, how would you say incapacitated? Would you say would it pause the freeze? Would it freeze it basically? Like if it was dying, would it stop
Well,
it?
incapacitated meaning the incapacitated condition, meaning it can't take actions or reactions. It would still have to roll its own death saves unless it was stabilized, and even then, once the banishment is done, it's only for a minute. Like unless you're a sorcerer that can do some weird extending powers, but then it had to come back in the area that you banished it from.
Yes.
Meaning like this field if you did the banishment here after time goes by. Does
Gotcha.
that
Okay.
answer the question? Sorry, just want to make sure.
Yeah. I guess this thing's probably gonna die. There's no saving. There's really no way
And
we're gonna be able.
that's where Strike jumps in and says, "No, we could make it even simpler. Whether that thing ends up being alive or dead, I'm just dragging its ass back to where it needs to be."
Okay.
Then Professor says,
That's
"Old debacle."
okay. That's fine. Then I'm just going to have my thing do 4 attacks on it.
Okay.
First.
If you
So
want it or Keith to roll a perception check as a bonus action beforehand, they could try to get rid of the cover.
yeah. Passive perception is 10. I don't know how to roll perception on this thing once again.
Just click wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yeah, just click wisdom.
If passive is 10, then it's just a
Ooh,
almost 20.
no.
Okay, so
It's not very wisdom is.
I don't think this thing cares much past that, anyways. It got it's definitely got the idea it's trying to, but
Yeah.
roll those
So
attacks.
yep, okay, cool. So 4 attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4.
29 and 26 hit with the cover.
So that's 16. That's 21.
Alexander
and then
had all those thoughts in 1 second, by the way.
I know.
oh, light speed.
Okay.
And then Alexander is going to do a firebolt towards it. 27,
Ooh,
That is, yeah.
nice.
15 fire.
Okay. Would you like to describe how this thing falls?
Oh,
Ooh.
So
With all this discussion, I will have it start to roll death saves, but it does fall down.
cool. Yeah,
it's my
so
dog. Let me do it, Ma.
so pretty much my Keith like kind of like clips most of its like just pretty much like scratch, not scratch, it's like cuts most of its body up, so then it's like borderline limping, and then you see me shoot the leg with the firebolt and just buckle the knee, and it just goes down.
Okay.
So yeah, I shoot the leg and buckle it, and due to it being weak and all the weight being on with it not losing the limb, but one of the limbs being buckled, it will just fall down. It'll fall.
All right.
And we just need a medicine of 3 or 4 to automatically stabilize it, you said, if I understood it correctly. Right?
We have a ranger, right? With us,
You
not
need a
away.
medicine of 10 to stabilize anything.
Okay.
Okay, DC 10. Alexander, before we move to Vedwin's turn, get an inspiration point for that little bit of mind boggle we went through with that discussion. That was interesting.
Sorry.
No, that's a compliment. Like that was just
Don't
like
be-
my brain did not expect that question, and that's cool. All right, Vedwin. What do you want to do? If anything.
Bedouin.
Mr. Drop Bear.
Oh, sorry. I was drinking water.
It's
so
from
yeah.
How dare.
So Bedouin,
I
you
do.
noticed that I specifically didn't go for its head, but I went for its leg to take it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'll still stay in cover. There's really nothing I can do.
Okay,
Did
with
you see Mr. Freak?
with combat winding down and the likelihood of eyes to start looking around, I would like another stealth check from you.
Sure.
Oof.
Okay. Oof, even Eros doesn't know. Ooh, that's good.
That's an achievement.
It's an achievement.
What?
Well, your passive perception is ridiculously high.
I know. It's the that's what she said part. That was.
No, he said that was an achievement. That's what I heard.
Oh, I heard that's what she said.
I figure
so-
both could apply.
I don't know how that one would reply, but okay.
Okay.
We'll figure it
Dolly, your character was part of the conversation as you guys, that we retconned there a moment ago. So you're loosely aware that there is a discussion of maybe utilizing a live one for more research, maybe making some money off of it. This thing falls to the ground. What do you want to do? We're only in combat because it's only death saves. That's the only reason why.
If you can stabilize it, I don't know if you have a medicine of 10.
Nah,
you just gotta hit
need
a
to roll
10.
it.
Oh, you just gotta
you
hit
gotta
a
make
10?
check.
You gotta make an action medicine check, DC 10. And if you do have a plus 10 to your medicine, then fuck, you don't have to roll. It eventually I roll traditional player's handbook, like skills
Because
skills and saves the DC. Like you'll guys eventually, as you guys get up in level, you get to the point where you guys just beat DCs. Like you don't have to roll.
Because if it stabilizes, it's still knocked out for 1d4 hours, right?
Yes,
I think
if it's stabilized.
Yeah, if you stabilize it, it's knocked out for
remember
a certain amount of hours. I forgot. I think it's 1d4.
I guess. Yeah, I'll just try to stabilize it. Screw it. Let's see what happens. I think that does it.
Yeah, so a stable creature
Yep,
that
okay.
not healed regains one hit point after 1d4 hours. So it doesn't, once it's stabilized, it doesn't go back.
Okay.
It doesn't get back up
rolled
until.
the D4 secretly, so you guys
Oh, motherfucker.
honestly wouldn't know how
Can we
soon it
use
would wake up
inspiration
anyways.
to make you roll it openly?
Can
That
we make a nature check? Can we
that
make a nature check?
sounds like 3 inspiration to me.
Or
What was it?
nature or medicine check to see if we can take a.
That's an idea too. You don't have to spend inspiration
Observation?
if you wanted to do. If you want to do a nature or medicine check, sure.
I'll do it on my turn. To see if I can
Okay.
gauge how
Well,
many
with
hours.
Dolly's stabilization,
Okay, I'm
Thank you,
gonna do
Dolly.
it.
we're going to fall out of combat, and rage, invisibility would fall away relatively quickly. Being only a minute for those things. The force cage is up for an hour, so there's that.
I'm gonna keep Keith up because I can concentrate on him for an hour. So
Can you release force cage? I can't remember.
Should be
concentration, right?
No. No.
Oh, no,
it's
wait, you
not
use
concentration; it
to get
disappears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not concentration, it's just there for the hour unless you find a way to destroy it.
Yep, can't be
Like I
dispelled.
said, Yeah,
You know
like I
what?
said,
I'm using my
one has
Bob
to
Jones feat to just jump the fuck in there. Fuck it.
You're what?
Then again, then we'll be stuck there, but nah, forget I said anything. That would be dumb.
Hey Brandon, we stabilized the thing. So if you want to take a look at it later.
He's not here. You have to get to him.
You gotta get it
Unless
back.
he was here this entire time.
He hasn't been.
No. No, you guys are 4 hours away from Birdman, technically. So
Birdman
we are 100% in narrative form for the rest of this day, in game.
Okay.
So what do you? Unless you guys want to go pick a fight with something, like there's most of my usual reasoning for this. There's very few things around a city that will try to pick a fight with you. There's certain instinct that kicks in where they kind of like, with a lot of creatures where they like pick up on that, wow, Strike could probably myrtleize me. I don't know. I just think there's
Speaking of
this.
Strike, one thing he's
out
gonna
of
do
fight or
is take
flight,
the
they
heads
usually
of.
pick flight, is what you're saying.
Yes.
We usually pick fight, yes. But what Strike is
Yes.
definitely gonna do
Like-
is collect the remaining heads of the dead creatures to bring them
Yeah.
back and try to see if anyone could have any use for them.
Cool. The other, I guess, another way to put it is I rarely do random encounters at this level. Like, I rarely it just doesn't. I don't see a point because most of the time it doesn't make sense. That doesn't
It's just
mean,
gonna
mean
get
it.
worse.
Well, that doesn't mean I don't use randomized tables. That's kind of what I did here. Is like I was like, I need to deal with something that the city's having issues with. So I rolled and it was like Gorgon, and I was like, okay. And then it told me this was balanced for your level, which it was probably more balanced for like a level 11 than where you guys are at, but nonetheless. You're cutting off the heads. Okay.
I mean, it builds adds to the world.
I would like a nature check again from Strike as he cuts off heads. And if anyone else would like to investigate the bodies, you could roll an investigation or nature check.
What check would it be to see how long until this thing wakes up?
Nature and medicine makes sense.
Okay, I'll do a nature check since I have it higher.
The medicine
12?
that you previously, let's say it's versus it's probably it's
Constitution.
I mean, I guess you could also just fillet him a 5 chef knives of legend.
okay.
I'll be doing something after the checks.
You are unsure, other than you know it's more than an hour. You know it's more than an hour. Other than that,
more
you're
than an
not
hour. Okay, so the spiral the cage will be gone by then. It'll still be knocked out. Okay, cool.
sure. Yeah, you'll have at least a few minutes before it wakes up after the cage disperses. Yeah.
Y'all
So-
are taking a short rest. That's what
Mhm.
it looks like.
Okay.
I
So
haven't lost anything. I'm good.
short rest if you would like.
I will walk
Um,
out during this time.
I would add before you move Fed that Eros, with seeing everything calm down, would do an active perception check.
Can you beat a
Doesn't-
20?
Yeah, she can, but she didn't. So as she like kind of scans around trying to look for the shadow again, not being able to find it, she'll say in its head, "So are you gonna play coy or are you gonna, show off a little bit?"
Nah, he'll walk out even before then. Well, it looks like you guys took my job. You did my job for me.
Keith immediately turns around.
How long is Keith out?
For an hour.
Okay.
Keith turns around and you see Keith kind of like just not go out, just impose himself between you and the party. He's just there, not doing anything, just hanging out.
And then
It's
my owlbear will walk up and be imposing next to me.
Okay, cool.
And then
cool.
Dolly,
Standoff. I like it. I like it.
Dolly's gonna go in between them and just say, "Oh, hey, little bud, what are you doing here?" I say, "Little, well, little to the owlbear."
Little.
Yeah, because my thing is a gigantic demon, and your thing is just an owl bear.
Just an hour.
It's not even a full-sized owlbear. Like an owlbear's like
Yeah.
large, isn't it?
He turned around. Just
Beastmaster, there's certain things that classes
Oh.
mess with sizes and things like that.
What?
But nonetheless,
Oh, it's a troll. Is it? Or is it
Yeah,
dead?
yeah.
you all, he's in the
Ooh.
shadow of that large rock, definitely. But you would see the white hair. Would you like to describe your new character further?
Sure.
Ooh.
He is a drow. He looks pretty. It looks like he's been out of the city for a very long time. Like he definitely has like some drow house like clothing and like symbols on him, like that whole entire attire. But his outfit just looks absolutely just tattered and like worn. And he wears a hood as well because of the sun, obviously. And he has a giant owlbear next to him.
And this owlbear is on the big size of medium. Like this owlbear is like bugbear Goliath size. This thing's fucking huge.
But yeah, he definitely wears like clothing of the drow house in the city, but it's his clothing is just fucked up and just frayed and tattered.
So, particularly Strike and Eros would recognize a similarity to Shallowbutter in some of her attire, in the colors, the grays and blacks and whites. Similar kind of leather breastplate made of, and obviously almost the exact same leather or whatnot. I presume you're wearing leather or some sort. But,
Yeah. And he has like a sword next to him that very much resembles like a gnarled drow, like rapier.
mm,
You her
mhm.
brother?
And the iconography on the hilt of it as well. And he has a shield, a very like similar looking drow fifth house drow house looking shield. But once again, everything's
Oh.
looks worn and very, very used.
Eventually, Strike walks up to you, throws some jerky to the old bear, and just says, "You know, there's a pretty damn good tailor in that city of dogs. You might want to go see him."
Oh, I'm not allowed in the city anymore. But thank you for the knowledge of that though.
What did you do to get banned from a city of dog people?
Well, it's not really the city itself. It's wait, are you talking about the city of like Salt or a different city?
Not the city of Salt, of Decanus.
The
Oh,
city that's literally 4 hours away from here, not a week's
Yeah.
worth travel.
No, that fair enough.
And
That was-
those of you with the passive perception of 20 or higher would be able to peer back and see evidence of some of the trees and towers of the city. You're only 4 hours away. It's like it's in eyesight. Like some of
Yeah.
the forests and stuff that it's around.
I'm not too much of a fan of cities myself. I decided just to I like the Outer Wilds a lot more.
I know, right?
That's
Yeah.
fair enough.
Smell of birch trees, the smell of rabbits, ants crawling on your skin as you lay on the grass.
But
What's with that old bear you've got there? Can I pet him?
I look at him. I just look at him and say, "Can I just speak to him just like a normal person? Would you let him pet him?" And he for those who are more intelligent or like psychologically like educated, he looks a little insane. Like he most definitely has like an eeriness to him.
He doesn't bother strike now. He's pretty insane himself, you see.
He's the person who talks to his teddy bear. Yeah, you know the guy.
Let's be a little bit more. What's the word? Diplomatic about this? What do you
Yeah.
mean by your job we did for you?
Oh, someone I was passing through and someone was wanting to get rid of these monsters here, and I decided to I'd accept. They pay me handsomely for it as well.
Huh.
And to give more specificity to this, you were hired by it's a title. You met this beagle dog folk man who seems to be like one of the most powerful people in the city, even though he doesn't look like it, like just the way people treat him. They call him the perennial wonder or the wonder. Is all you know. And he promised you a chunk of gold to solve this. So you guys, if he shares this information, you have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. You guys haven't been in the city long enough to like. You were there one night. You didn't really like you didn't like investigate its governmental construction.
Yet.
Oh,
Do
yeah.
you share that info?
He does not share that info.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay.
Just
Well,
Anyway, I'm kind of hungry. Are you guys hungry?
I'm always
uh,
hungry.
yeah, sure.
Cool. And he'll go over to this gorgon here and pull out like a hunting knife and start prying away like the outer exterior to see if
The
there's any
plates.
the plates to see if there's any like meat inside.
You know, it wouldn't be
You
the
could
weirdest
probably-
thing I've ever eaten from.
You could probably
I
make
would
some good
no, it's
breastplate
not.
out of
You
skin.
made Umber Hulk soup. So
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna try the same with
I
yours.
would like a nature or investigation check.
Oh no.
And
Uh,
Vedwin, did you introduce
well-
your character's name?
No,
Like,
he
I
didn't.
Okay, so I'm gonna still refer to you as Vedwin. I just wasn't sure I missed something.
Oh, that's fine.
Ooh.
So since the rest of the party doesn't know, Okay, you a 14's enough to know. It's not enough to really be successful, but it's enough to know that the meat on this thing is, how do I put this?
Almost
Is it even
non-existent.
meat or is it just metal?
It's mostly metal. There does seem to be some organic nature to it in a way, especially where the joints are. It's almost like a cartilage, or there's some tendon work to go, but some of the tendons even look like wire in a way. And once you kind of do your best to break in, you kind of get a little bit into, and you have its head's decapitated, so it kind of makes it a little easier to kind of look in. I guess there's a hollowness to the first like half of it, where this petrification magic is like ignited. It seems like there's an obvious like spout, and it seems like there's like a pouch where this um liquid is stored that has a similarity to like a stomach or something, but it's lined almost like with plastic. It seems like it's very unnatural. And then once you think past the stomach, more in its hindquarters, more where its sexual reproductive organs are, there would be some idea of more meat, but you're not sure you want to eat it. You're really not sure you want to eat it. But if you're hungry,
Can you carve
Yeah,
off
very
like a
edible to me.
nice like portion of it?
roll me another nature check with advantage as you dig more in.
Dolly, while this is going
Damn.
down,
I'll
is
Your
use
going
knife
to.
is starting to bend as you're trying to get
I'll
past
use
it.
an inspiration for it.
I'd also like to check if they have
Ooh,
valuable
20?
metals inside, if you could tell.
Okay. The 22 is enough to kind of push past, and um there is a meat to it, but it's like it's wrapped around these like odd pistons in a way. It's very stringy. There's not a lot of it. You're surprised how little of it there is, and most of it seems to be designed to be more like almost like a stomach lining to help kind of keep things in,
Like
more
haggis.
than anything else.
Can I smell it? What does it smell like?
It smells like that nasty petrification gas, which I imagine would smell like burnt Lysol.
Hmm.
Yeah. It smells
Is
very disgusting. Like you get the impression
Um,
you'll need to boil the meat to get rid of the possibility of being poisoned by this whatever other oils there's like with the 22 you do think you could eat it, but it does need to be cooked. It needs to be boiled and really well, and then you have to strain. You're pretty sure you would strain it out and then like boil it in cleaner water to like make sure it's actually has everything out of it. With a 22 you also get the impression you could harvest with more time. The sac
I was
that's
just
near
about
the
to
back
say
of its
that.
stomach that
Yeah.
kind of is like connected to his stomach for the gas. You could harvest that. It would just take some time. And you also, piggybacking on what Strike was just saying, with a 22, you would generally get the impression the horns and the hide would be what most people would be after in a lot of ways. You could create some really awesome plate armor with this. It'd be at least like +1 magical armor at the very least. And then the horns could be turned into spearheads or daggers eventually, or maybe a short sword or a scimitar or something like that. Additionally, probably at least a +1 magic item.
So
And then the
Birdman-
petrification, the sack, like you could, I don't know, you could eventually maybe turn that into something like that you could utilize. At the least, you're thinking additionally with your 22, since the DC was only a 15. You additionally get the idea that if you sell the pieces of a Gorgon, um, other than just what you will get by showing the head or showing that you defeated this thing from your potential patrons, if you were to sell the pieces, you would get. I'm scrolling up to where the note is about this. So give me 2 seconds.
You would get.
But yeah, because that's the same thing I was gonna do. I was specifically focused on the petrification sack, because like if you can harvest that, you have a
Okay.
petrification bomb that you
You
can
would
make.
get
Um,
1 million
If
copper.
I break like bricks, then there would be so much value
you
in that.
could use the
shit.
item. You could use the
I love
resources
copper.
from the Gorgon to, you could use the resources from the Gorgon to make uncommon items. It's powerful enough in that aspect. Additionally, monetarily speaking, with your check, if you were to try to sell the pieces from this, I got to do a little bit of math.
1 million copper.
You could
And like
make if you sell them to the right people, you could make maybe 1,500 to 2,000 gold, at least 1,000 gold.
Oh.
Just from the pieces, and that's from 2 of the organ. If you get all 3, that's at least 1,500 to maybe 2,500, depending on where you go and who's going to purchase it from you and whatnot. If we just make it simple and you just want to sell it, then it's at the minimum price, and then it'll probably be more close to 1,000. But if you wanted to like turn this into a scene, you potentially could do more depending on your city that you're at. The Sinis would want to buy the hide. The rest of the stuff they're probably not so interested in. Maybe the horns, the petrification thing, you'd have to explain it to them, and you also need someone. I'm going to argue you need someone that is an herbalist or a poison kit person to harvest this successfully. The most successful. Like it'll be a lower DC for those kind of people. Like those that don't have those skills, it'll be a higher DC.
Oh, well.
You can do it.
Because I would say the petrification sacks would be pretty cool to hold on to, because if we could harvest those and look at how the anatomy of one of those gorgons is set up and how it uses the spray, you could possibly find an artificer and have them create maybe like a handheld like spray device where it's like, oh, and you spray someone and petrify them
Yeah.
if they fail to save.
Or if any of you are tinkers or smiths, you have an opportunity to do that as well. But you also would know back in the Mustelli smithy that you spent a week or so in before you guys came to the Sinis city. That smithy is run by, you guys didn't really choose to interact and go back to the smithy. You guys just kind of chose to teleport, but you guys spent enough time there to know that the people in charge, it's not a traditional government, are these 2 weasel folk artificers, as best as you could tell with what they're doing, that like kind of run that small little township, I should say. Opportunity there is.
Would we know if Birdman is proficient in either herbalism and or whatever you would need to properly extract the petrification sack? Would we know
Like
that?
an arrow could tell you.
The 3 of them that know Birdman will know that Birdman will fucking do anything. Birdman doesn't care if it explodes on him. He doesn't give a
Yeah.
shit.
Well, which brings up the other point. Anyone can roll the checks. It's just if you're proficient in things, I just like lower the DC or give you
Yeah. So like, is there anyone
I'm-
proficient here
I
in
mean,
herbalism or poison?
I'm very proficient in nature.
nature will help just in general with the basic check. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
very
if anyone's proficient in herbalism kit or whatever,
You need
Nope.
herbalism or poison? I don't think so. Those
Do
are
we have Cotton with us?
Cotton is
Nope.
not. She's in the city.
Cotton's at the city, right? Yeah.
Cotton's still in the city, technically.
Yeah.
Anyways.
no.
Okay. Well, speaking
Like,
of these
yes.
things,
I'll
Okay.
look at my owlbear friend and go, well, this thing is going to require a lot more interaction with people. We can't eat it, so yeah, this is going to require a lot more work that I cannot be fucked doing. Am I right, buddy? And I'll scritch I'll like throw the fucking meat at the stone and like wipe my hand on like the ground and
I imagine the owl bear like
face.
snorts and sneezes like a dog that's disgusted with something, like
Yeah.
spits.
Yeah,
Would
this
you
whole-
investigate only this one?
Yeah, he really cannot be stuffed like fucking dealing with people and having to like bargain with people or like continue further because all he wants is food and this thing isn't providing him with food, so therefore he's not interested in it anymore.
Then I'm trying my hand at this one.
Okay. Roll me
I
a
was just gonna cut it
nature
open and see what's inside, basically.
I'm gonna say we have one
While
intact head, right? One full ass.
Yeah.
Okay,
intact
well,
while you're doing
if you're just
that,
gonna cut it open
I-
and look inside a nature. Okay. While he's doing that, yeah. What do you want to do, Lily?
Dolly is just gonna say, well, you guys can deal with that. I'm gonna need 10 minutes. And then she's going to go into her bird cage for the next 10 minutes. So let me know when that's done.
Huh.
Probably the time Strike's done with the
We
initial
do have a
cut.
fully intact head, but unless there's a really good use for it, I would quite like to keep it as a trophy. Because that was like,
I was gonna say we should hang that shit on the wall.
Strike.
We don't have
Oh,
a wall to hang on.
You. Where are you cutting? I guess I should
I
ask.
will.
It's a big creature.
I suppose I just kind of start in the middle, yeah. Wherever my claws can dig under the metal plates.
Okay.
Oh,
As
did-
you cut in, real quick, let me narrate or something.
okay.
As you cut into the side of this thing, and peel apart the metal a little bit with both your axe and then your claws and hands and whatnot, you open it wide enough to, get part of your head in to kind of see what's inside, and you see
It's
the
pregnant, isn't
similar
it?
kind of sac, and then the lungs are obviously just open cavity with like a spout kind of thing, and then you look more back in the stomach, and there's not really intestines in the same way. You're not sure if these things eat or do they eat. You're not really sure. You've been around plants enough. You kind of get the impression like it absorbs light or something like that, which is also something Bedouin would pick up. It's kind of like a weird photosynthesis kind of thing. And then you carve open and move past this other sac that you didn't expect. Like you're not sure what this sac does. And you pull it out, and it squeezes out, and there's a squelching noise. And then there's this like weird black ichor oiliness that kind of obviously, as you cut something, some sort of artery or something, you're not exactly sure. And then as you get you get like a part of the sac out, and it's obviously shaped like a baby cow head. I would like you to roll sanity.
I knew
I'm
it.
pretty sure you killed the baby by killing
you're
the mother.
still getting it.
Beats my score! Meets my score, beats my score. Fuck
It
you,
meets your
sanity drop.
score. It meets your score. There you go. Yeah.
Jesus. I forgot. Yeah, that was the mother. She was pregnant.
Yep.
Gregor.
Alright, multiple things are wrong with this. First of all,
Multi-kill.
yeah,
Yo, collateral. It's a collateral.
first of all, that thing was pregnant. We give it as much that is a possibility already.
Here, Alexander
Secondly-
yell, collateral.
That's kind of fucked up.
It
Pretty
appears
kind
that these things possess qualities of constructs, mammals, and plants.
What?
Greg, you're
To
scaring me.
me, it looks like it could
Fucking sensible.
use photosynthesis or some shit. What the fuck is going on? I'm
Photosynthesis.
so confused.
Photosynthesis.
Eros will
I'm
walk up
surprised
to
the strike knows
Strike.
what photosynthesis is.
Eros would walk up to Strike,
He-
put her hand on
he's
his
speaking
shoulder,
in
and
tongues.
say, "Strike, did
Huh?
you crack your skull on something?"
yeah.
In my head as a kid, does that count?
No, is there a
I
crack
meant
in your
more
skull?
recently.
I don't know. I kind of feel a lot of things. Sometimes with my skull.
How do you know what photosynthesis is?
I pick up a book every once in a while. Why is it so surprising?
When?
Strike reads?
Since when? I haven't seen you pick up a book once.
It often only things that interest me. Plant life does.
Ooh.
I don't believe you.
Yes.
Oh. Wait a second.
That is your prerogative.
DM.
Mm-hmm.
He's not here. Oh, okay. Would I be able to use this to make either a herbalism kit or poisoner's kit or some sort of kit to help us better extract these sacks? Because any of those
Doesn't mean
tools,
you're proficient in it.
but having one of those tools on hand, would that help?
Sure.
What would I be able to know which tool we would need?
In my mind, either one would get you what you would need. They're just different, slightly different. Like I think poisoners kits and herbalism kits, they both have like, tweezer kind of things and weird gloves and stuff to wear and vials and syringes and stuff like that. So they're similar in some ways. Herbalism just has more like mortar and pestle, and you're likely to have more herbs on them. But they both have what I was thinking
The harvesting part of the herbalism kit,
for the
poison
sack.
kit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Then yeah, I'll just conjure. Herbalism tools. Herbalism kit. Boom.
Uh, Okay. Well, with the nature checks and the stuff being thrown around, it will take it will take 3 to 5 hours for one person per Gorgon to
Dear
harvest
God.
potentially all of everything. It is not an easy task to harvest something. It's not instantaneous in any way, shape, or form. It takes time, lots of time. So, you have a potentially to get upwards of 5 to 6. I think you have an upwards to get 5 resources, at least one, but you have the opportunity to get 3. It depends on successful checks, and it depends on if you really want to invest that amount of time into
What
this.
would I be able
That's
to?
not the old grindstone notes.
Well, would I be able to make?
Nope.
I have the ability to make a teleportation circle to come back here. Would I be able to set that up next to a rock and make a teleportation circle so then we can teleport back here when we have the time to collect this stuff, or maybe have a teleportation circle so if someone is better suited on collecting that stuff, they can teleport to there.
Well,
That's a thing you can do.
to answer your
Okay.
question on teleportation scroll, if I recall correctly, it lasts for like a round or something like that. Like if you cast it on the same spot for a year, it becomes permanent. I'm just trying to think of the duration or even if
Oh,
it matches
okay.
or
Yep. You are correct. It takes 1 minute to cast. It lasts for 6 seconds after you set it up, and it connects to
Oh.
another circle somewhere.
And
Other than that,
same one
yeah.
you make it permanent.
yeah. Brandon's wizard spent many a year creating teleportation circles.
Many a year making teleportation circles all over the whole ass continent. So I can just be anywhere I want to be at any point.
That secret power hideouts nobody can bother you at.
Well,
Speaking
if
of
we
which,
all
actually, now that you say that, now that if you're connected to the Dragon Riders, you might know that.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
Oh, that's
know
funny.
that.
You would
but-
know of a wizard named Alec that had set up teleportation circles across the land and the different
half-dragon
towers of the
wizard Alec.
elves and the human kingdom to the west and the gnome kingdom to the north.
Gotcha.
It'd be loose
Cool.
understanding.
Well, I'll know that for later because I can memorize sigils
Wait, you're an elf,
if
right?
I study them for 1 minute.
No, he's
So-
Alexander's a human.
Oh, Alexander's a
Yeah.
human. I was like,
So-
if you're a high elf, then you probably know my wife.
No, I'm not a high elf, but you can commit a new sigil sequence to memory after studying it for 1 minute. So if I were to those places, coming from the Dragon Riders and all that, and
No, I
knowing
would
that,
never ever. No, I would never ever let you copy my work. Fuck yourself.
damn,
Do your own work.
damn.
You probably have to pay a fee to use it. No,
Yeah,
Oh,
probably.
I'd make you pay a lot.
But yeah, if all of us want to,
1,000 gold per use.
if all of us want to touch one of these things and technically hold it, I could teleport 8 willing creatures and whatever they're carrying to some place. Teleport does work that way. So we
You
could
could,
take
yeah.
these things and teleport with them to
Everything
somewhere.
is safe from loopholes. Everything is loopholes. I love it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I don't know what we're gonna do about the live one, but the dead ones, we can, if we want to pull them into a pile and all get near each other and grab one, we can teleport them, this stuff, and us to a place where we can either get this stuff harvested or sell this stuff or whatever, if we know of a place. Just putting that out there, so we don't have to drag
Okay.
these things back or come back to them.
I would like one question answered, and then I would like to
Okay.
jump to Brandon and kind of do a little bit with what he wanted to do, a little narration with the camp and the children.
Okay.
Just do a quick little thing as you guys obviously are making that way. I guess the question still stands. I think by the some sort of idea, Alexander wants to spend some time investing in this, but are we spending time now? Like, I need to know pacing, what you guys are doing.
Not
I figured we'd wait until the cage disappears then.
a quick answer for Eros would be she's not waiting, or she's not going to help harvest or wait around for that. That's just Eros.
Well, we're not gonna harvest it. We're gonna take these and teleport to somewhere, but we can't leave this live thing
Yeah.
here.
So that's the next issue. Is the okay? So this any all right. So what I would like to have happen now in our last, chunk of session, we still have a decent time. I'm not saying we stop like in the next 10, 15 minutes unless people want to, but my point is, I would like to kind of get to a transition scene, so to speak, where Birdman, we're going to spend some time with Birdman, and I want him to narrate kind of what he's been doing for the last 4 hours or so, which would be up to 8. Well, probably less if you wanted to use a teleport to come back to where your camp was, since you've been there before. That's up to you, Alexander. But nonetheless,
Okay.
if you guys want to use that teleport to return instead of walking the 4 hours, let's make that decision now so that as you guys can, I would like the group to get back together. I would like you
Yeah,
guys
well-
to, like, we get to Birdman. Birdman does a little bit of narration. What has he been doing during this time? And then you guys find a way to kind of insert yourselves back in that kind of camp scene that we were in. As you guys get back from this, because I imagine you set up a new camp somewhere.
Well, we have a
I'm-
house.
you-
that
Oh,
we
that's
had a
right. You have the
house,
house. You have the house. And my brain has been a little
Well,
fried.
if someone
Yeah.
can cast Dominate Monster on that thing and it fails to save, it will technically be friendly and we can teleport with it.
Speaking of this house, what is the like what's the dynamic on this house? Like where did they is it like does somebody own this? Like do they live in it? Like is it are we like Airbnb in somebody's house or like what?
It was a vacant house, to my knowledge.
Yeah, but Seth did call it sort of like an Airbnb. So
Yeah.
It is
Yo.
it works.
sort of an Airbnb. Yes.
Would the Sinist
Hit
just
the nail
let
on
me
the head.
buy the house?
um
Like can we make this house ours?
roll a history, some sort of intelligence skill.
Some sort of intelligence skill? Okay.
Maybe investigation. Not
Yeah.
nature doesn't make sense.
Yeah, investigation's fine. You can do investigation.
Okay. Um Probably from one of the servants. There's a handful of servants that maintain the house. They don't cook for you or anything. It's obviously they're just there to clean and make sure it's presentable. And the food there was enough food for you guys for like 2 meals ish, and then you guys are kind of on your own. It's obvious for that. With a 15, maybe from what you asked one of the servants or eavesdrop or something on them, of their kind of conversation about the wonder and how the wonder he abandoned this house. It was supposed to be given to him and he chose not to live in it because, and they think it's ridiculous because he grew up poor and he wants to stay with his people, and they're just like, this house is huge. So now it's a status symbol of the city. And you generally get the impression by how they talk about the Wonder, he is kind of like president of the city. It's hard to gauge. He's not mayor. He's not mayor. Like, he doesn't do mayoral things. You're not exactly sure what he does, but there is kind of like an ambiance that he's in charge. But then there's discussion of how the council of the city, which is a handful of these other Sinis that influence and are kind of in control of the actual building themselves. They're the ones that pay for the servants and things like that. Which makes you think that the Wonder has like a salary he gets paid by the city.
Whoa.
This
I,
is
I,
complicated.
God
I,
dang.
I was in a phone call. What did I miss? Are we back at the city now?
Not yet.
We're back with Birdman briefly. Birdman was
Oh.
asking about basically where your big mansion, who does it belong to? And it belongs to the city loosely. The council controls it. It's supposed to be where the Wonder stays, who is the head of the city. It's not exactly clear with what little you investigated so far. But the Wonder chose to live with his family down in the poorer parts of the district, which aren't probably shown on this map, which are probably behind the hill in more dirty, more rugged parts of the city that are deeper in the forest.
Guys, what if we just start buying up a bunch of real estate in these Animaesus lands and just become everything I hate?
Wow.
We become
Every time
landlords.
you-
New story.
Let's create a housing
Fuck the
recession.
terrace,
Let's
we become
go.
landlords.
Birdman would definitely do some shit like that. If he had 8 hours to spend, he'd be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna."
Like what else? Join for the fuck of it.
That's
Yo,
what
Minecraft session. Yo, Minecraft.
That's what Cotton was doing before things. Nonetheless, also what Mel was doing there. I have mechanics if you want to build buildings. Just gonna say,
Let's do it.
like if you
Oh,
want to, you have to
by
buy
the-
land, of course. But
By the way,
Yeah.
Brandon. Brandon,
Yes.
are you looking at chat right now?
Yes.
This is a spell that I have talking about building buildings.
Mighty Fortress. Oh shit. What if we just buy? Well, okay. Plan A, buy a house. Plan B, let the children live in that house, just in case we all die or whatever.
Mhm.
And then that's how it's gonna go. So you're like, hey man, I will become Terry.
to that, too loosely that
You
point,
will become what you're sworn to destroy.
you generally get the impression this city is how do I put it? If the city of Salt is like lawful evil, neutral evil in like alignment, this city is like almost lawful good.
Yeah.
With the general ambiance you get from the Sinis. Sinis are which also harkens back to the idea of when Alexander was asking the question about giving them the Gorgon. They're kind of like, kind of a monster, deserves to die, was destroying people. Like, they're very one-sided in some ways, which, if you think about dogs, if they like you, they like you. If they don't, they don't.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of lean towards Sinis as more lawful in that aspect. Anything is just like, if you get on their good side, you'll never lose them. If you are on their bad side, good fucking luck. Like, you know, like, so, but, well, you guys, rolled some 30s and things like that. So, in the
Mhm.
initial aspect. So, Birdman, I imagine as part of that investigation, you took 30 minutes to an hour to just kind of walk around the city and just kind of take in the city, listen to people, maybe ask a couple questions about where things are and whatnot. Kind of just, I guess, like one of those weird questions. It almost feels like you're doing like the parent thing when they're trying to move. It's like,
Yeah,
can I find a good school for the kids? Is this a good neighborhood?
How close
do I
is
have,
it
do I have
to
the
whatever?
FICO score?
How's
I
the neighbor?
need?
Yeah.
Like, what's the and I imagine he has all of those like questions because he was
It's like
a lawyer.
Zillow.
He does
It's like
know.
there's a D&D Zillow.
Yes, in some ways.
Do you guys have like a recreation center that's within walking distance of our house? Do you guys have a pool?
How's the school there?
Yeah, just like talking like
I imagine there's a handful of schools. The ones closer to this part of the city are better. The ones that go further back, it's a little more rugged. But yeah, it's the Sinis are their whole part of their story. They used to, of course, they used to be wolf folk or whatnot, but then they went on this long expedition across the lands, aka to humans, and then they eventually a big chunk of them came back and brought back everything they knew. So there's a huge like weird social construct thing that humans only do sometimes that exists with them. That most other Animaesus don't give a fuck about. Like most other Animaesus, they're not going to have this wonder and this complicated council and all this other shit. You get the impression there's lots of paperwork, lots of red tape and things that you'll have to go through to live here. But living here, God, it's fucking gorgeous. Fucking gorgeous. Like compared to the walking through blood every day through the city of Salt, it's fucking gorgeous.
Smells better here.
Yes.
He just says probably to himself. It smells better here.
I mean, that's not a high bar.
All right. What do you do with the rest of that, like 3 hours or so, as you're waiting for as they're traveling? You left the kids with Roxana and I'm gonna call her Nouvelle instead of Shallow Butter, just because she's trying to reinvent herself. We'll call her Nouvelle, and because Shallow Butter is kind of like a mob name, I guess, without it was introduced.
We're still gonna call her Shallow Butter. Well, I am.
You
I
can
don't
call
know
her
about you
Shallow
guys.
Butter. I'm gonna call her Nouvelle because I am her character is going through metamorphosis in a way.
And the Romans
but-
are disputing too.
Yeah.
I guess at some point I like come back to the Airbnb like to see how everyone's doing. Like I know Roxana was like kind of roughed up in a mental state. Shallow Butter's like hungover as shit. Need to get her a cheeseburger or something.
Cheeseburger. Where are you gonna get a cheeseburger?
I don't know. I'm gonna find out.
I'm gonna say they don't have cheeseburgers, but they have like meat cheese pies.
Oh hell yeah!
Good enough.
You know,
Where
it
did they get
basically
the cheese?
Get that bitch a hangover burger. Walk in, throw it at her aggressively. I just knock on the. I don't knock on the door. I knock on the door one time, and then before she even says come in, I just come in and insta launch this burger at her fucking face. You gotta eat, bitch. You gotta get up. It's been too fucking late. It's like 3 p.m.
She moans and groans at you, like kind of shuffles from the bed, and then the smell of the grease and cheese hits her, and she like gets up like a zombie and just digs a hand in and starts to just handful.
You better appreciate that shit. Those things are gas. I ate
And
like 4.
Birdman, you can't help but notice. God, she's been spending a lot of time around striking the kids. Like her mannerisms are changing and stuff. He cares less about what she looks like more
God,
and more.
you have fallen from grace. You look fucking awful.
Thank you. You're sexy too, she says in comment.
Well, I knew that. You didn't have to tell me that. I've looked in a mirror recently. Fine.
Yeah. Well, mirrors are overrated, she says as she wipes a bit of grease off her cheek.
Is it because you can't see? Is it because you can't see yourself in them, or?
Birdman's such an asshole now that he can actually use words.
That's why we love him.
Yes. Yeah. She takes another bite, doesn't know what to say, and is taking a bite so she doesn't have to say more. Kind of thing. And just gives you that look, her red eyes kind of fuming. And then
Just
finishes
awkward.
swallowing, and
just
finishes
stare at
swallowing, and you're still there. And she's like, "What? Do you have a mirror?" She's funny.
Should I? No, trust me. You don't want to see yourself. You look horrible. I just watched you ham fist a piece of like a meat pie. Like
And she takes another, like the last ham fist, it's like pocketed like a piece of putty in her palm. And she almost like slurps it up, you know, like she's. And then Leandra kind of just lackadaisically just kind of walks in, sort of, and is just kind of like poking at things, looking at things, but obviously eyeing Nouvelle with that idea of like, this is funny and I want to watch this. Kind of thing. And then Althea you see in the doorway just kind of looking in, and she mumbles in Undercommon, which I don't know if Birdman speaks.
No.
She mumbles an undercomment to Nouvelle, and Nouvelle just grunts out her in affirmative. You think she said, "Are you okay?" But there was something else she said too, because Nouvelle wants to smile but doesn't at the same time. Like, you know. All right, Birdman.
It will be like that.
Thank you for the food. Did you feed the kids and Roxana from down the hall? I got to it. Sleepy
Dude.
bird.
You're never gonna believe it. I have so many fucking meat pies in this briefcase. It's crazy. They're so good. I ate like 4 of them.
Leandra kind of slyly moves
bad.
over to you, like they haven't eaten. Like whatever Roxana gave them was like a small salad or something. You just are getting to get the branch, and Leandra's fucking hungry, and she's
Give
just
them
like,
rabbit food, and I'm just like a Terry Crews in The Longest Yard, pulling out fucking quarter pounders out of my pants. Like, here you go,
Yeah.
kids. Eat these fucking
You know,
quarter pounders.
feeding a panther, a coyote, and a dragon. You know, lettuce. Yeah. After years and years in the Tarrasque world, so it's obvious like Roxana thought she was doing good, but it's obvious the kids are hungry and they start to like smell the food. And Donovan just appears somewhere out of nowhere, and he's like somehow grabbed the plate that's left over, little from Nouvelle, and is scraping with his claws and licking off his finger what's left in
Damn,
there.
I pull one burger out of my pants and 5 kids appear from the fucking woodwork. It really is true. You can't have snacks in this fucking house.
Nope.
And have shit in the city of sport.
This man can't enjoy snacks in his own fucking house.
And then
What do you expect this kid to want?
eventually Rogar will join them and everything like that. But Nouvelle uncomfortable, but also comforted by the kids. Like it's obvious this is still new to her, even though she's been doing it for a few weeks now. But you notice something about her that you didn't notice before. When Althea finally comes and sits on the bed, Nouvelle turns to Althea in such a way that she almost wants to give her a hug but doesn't, and Althea doesn't notice. But like an absent-minded, like auntie, mother, sister kind of thing, like, oh, good morning. Like, and Nouvelle like gets embarrassed that you see her do it, and she just kind of stops and doesn't know what to do, and just hands, like, give me another pie, like, kind of thing.
Like, looks at you like he pulls out another fucking quarter pounder from the apparently box of quarter pounders I bought.
And this time
What about a cheeseburger, beef cheese pie? What else do we have in there?
Yeah,
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
this time she like cuts it open, cuts it in pieces and starts to like give out pieces to Donovan, and then hands one to Rogar. Althea doesn't really want to eat it. She's just kind of here. It's obvious she's a druid. Like
Dude, I'm imagining those like little pies that you can get at the Ren Fair, like that come in like the packaging. That's like what I have.
Mm-hmm.
Is like what I keep. I'm probably giving them like these little meat pies. They're fucking bomb. They're so good.
So they're just having a brunch.
We have dinner, lunch, whatever you call it.
It's probably more like lunch.
Yeah.
And other than that, you generally notice a comfort that hasn't been with people in a while. A sense of safety. Like Roxana is smiling and laughing and kind of plays and jokes with the kids. She hasn't done that very much in recent weeks, but she's been through hell before when you guys rescued her from the prisons of the Drow. And the kids, similar idea, but there's this continuous like Nouvelle is obviously paying a lot more attention to Althea. Like it's
Birdman continues to be the most awkward. He feels like, I don't know if like you could see like from an inner monologue perspective, he feels left out. He's like, this is getting really fucking weird. He doesn't feel right. Like, he can't put his finger on it. He doesn't feel right. I was like, So, when do you think they're gonna get back? Wait a minute.
Is that the moment where we teleport in?
He just like a beer.
You do you. If that's what you guys want to do, I said you guys. You do you.
It's funny.
So
Let's
when do
do
you
it.
think? So when do you think they're gonna get back?
You hear downstairs, boom, 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 like a bunch of
right.
things.
Perfect timing as usual.
You hear a roaring of an animal downstairs as well.
Oh, I know what it is. I'm very familiar with beasts.
Mhm.
What the fuck? He like gets. He's like, is that an owlbear? Hold the fuck up. Like goes down. He's like, guys, I have quarter pounders.
Althea is almost running in front of you after you say down the stairs to see
Oh,
it.
be careful, they're
The
dangerous.
rest
Whatever.
of them are like food. Let me finish my food and then I'll go down and see. They're obvious like they've heard Tarrasque's roar. This is not scary to a lot of these
No, wait, be
kids.
careful. They're very dangerous. You know what? I don't give a fuck. Just run at
Althea
it.
is down the steps pretty much before you. She probably even wild shape into like a deer or something else really fast so she could get down there even quicker. But
I like walk down there. I sprint down or like slide down a banister or whatever, and I'm like, guys, nobody move. I have meat
Yep.
pies. And
I
the
am well
gas.
aware.
How are you aware?
He just said it. That's all.
That doesn't. Whatever.
I've been up a while. Okay, guys, need to cut
Yo,
me some slack.
what the fuck is that thing? Points at the not the owlbear, but the other thing.
Oh, is
Um,
Shallow
we
Shallow
don't.
Butter here as well, or does she stay upstairs?
They're probably not-
I think she would come down with the other children eventually, so I'm gonna put them like up in this tree for now.
Cool.
They're finishing their food, but they would eventually come down.
Cool. The moment he sees Shadow Butter, he draws his sword and points it to her. It's fucking
Oh,
instantly.
Okay,
that's what
haven't gotten
Spike
there
Can
yet.
will
you
you do there.
Oh,
We haven't gotten
can
there.
What
yet.
do you think you're doing?
Okay, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you people? Why are you with her?
how old is
is-
this
You ask a lot of
character?
questions for someone who hasn't even identified himself yet.
Vedwin,
Why
how
is
old
this our apartment here?
Is this a
Or house,
scheme?
or whatever the fuck.
Is this a ploy to try and get me back?
We don't know
Who
who
the fuck even are you?
you notice one thing your intense gut reaction to see another drow here obvious, and then you see this little girl dressed like a druid but as a drow. All right, reminder of Althea minus the boob, she's not that old. And Nouvelle is not wearing what her token is here. Maybe I'll eventually find her dress. She has obviously took the time to put on Strike's dress to greet him. And she took a few minutes to brush her hair before she came down. That's about it. It obviously, you see greasy on her face still. She didn't really like wipe her face or anything.
all right.
But she sees your sword drawn and she is unarmed, didn't bring any of her weapons with her, and is obviously regretting it and is like debating, do I run upstairs? Do I grab the stuff? And then she looks over at the rest of you, having spent at least a week with Dolly and Alexander, and then the rest of you she's been with for many a week by this time. She's waiting to see what you guys do. Like, she's unsure. And then Rogar comes down and Donovan come down and they get in front of her and protect her. They're like, what are you doing? Kind of thing. The looks on their face. Leandra is coming down the stairs but stops and is like above, slightly above Nouvelle and the other so she can kind of see, and she kind of crouches on the stairs to see what happens next.
And then Strike goes up to the new drow, firmly places a hand on his shoulder, and says in a low voice, "You have two options now. Be polite, lower your blade, and
Well,
tell
I
us what. Do not interrupt me. And tell us what is going on here. Or option 2, I'm going to rip your fucking arm off and feed it to your old bear.
I have
But
my
what the
gun
gun?
out. I'm like pointing my pistol at you like, hell yeah, he's gonna rip your fucking arm off, dude. You better back the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Back up. I don't even know you. Who the fuck is this guy? Why do we keep bringing drows into this fucking house, man?
I just wanted to blame at this girl. Girls are gonna be fucking pissed.
Arrow's just tilts her head with like a slight grin, but doesn't say
We bought a
anything.
dude in a cage. We fucking found another dude. Fucking, how's your sex life? Did you already ask them that? Did you already ask them how their sex life was?
Yes, I already asked them that.
How's your fucking sex life? It's like putting a piss.
He's not good by the way he's acting.
So why? Oh well, look. How about this? Alright, look, I'm calm. I'm calm, but not while she's around. Okay, and you see he's like shaking a little bit, and you see he's got the crazy eyes a little bit. Like why? Why do you guys have the? Why the fuck do you guys have a drow of the city here?
That's what I keep fucking saying. I mean, what?
Would you shut up for a moment, please? It's a long story. Let's sit down and talk about this.
He'll sheath his sword and sit down, but the entire time he's just staring at her, just like fucking giving her the crazy eyes.
And don't
the
stare.
crazy
It's
greensies.
rude.
Arrows cast detect thoughts. Not prying, just surface thoughts on this person.
He seems a little scared, and he seems also a little bit angry.
Eros is going to get between the drow and Strike, pushing Strike back gently.
A very good idea, yes.
Will turn back to the drow and say, "Let's calm down. You're
I'm
fine."
calm. I'm calm. I'm calm.
You're
Are
not
you
calm.
calm? I'm calm. I'm 100% calm right now. I'm all calm right now.
I can smell the shit leaking out of your ass.
No, that's just my friend here. He doesn't really we don't really go to houses that often, so he kind of just does it wherever he wants.
I mean, that's where we're from. That's whatever. Point
Yeah, leave
being,
that there. We'll take care of that later.
point
I'll pick
being,
it up. Get rid of it
I
later.
picture the
I am
owlbear
picturing
almost
too much
turning
coffee again.
around after licking its butt or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's like licking. It's like cleaning off its butt, and then you just get this weird smell.
100%.
Yeah, leave that shit there. We can use that for later.
the point being, we don't know who the fuck
Scooting-
you are. You
scooting
don't know
its
who
butt
the
on the
fuck
ground.
we are. From what I can tell, you don't have a good reputation with the 12th house. Neither do we.
Oh, well, what about her though? What about her
She's
though?
the same. She
Oh,
actively betrayed her house. She's a fugitive.
you got kicked out as well?
Less of kicked out, more of a forceful resignation?
That's a good way to put it.
More of like a passive aggressive retirement fund. More of like
Let's. What's your name?
You get the
Money.
impression that was about what Nouvelle was gonna ask. Like Nouvelle was about to interrupt and say, "Just what's your name?"
My name is Sadar, and this is my friend here, Hal. If you disrespect him though, look out. Don't disrespect him. He doesn't like that. Also, don't look him in the eyes. Don't stare at him. It's an animal thing. He might bite your hand off if you do that. And always ask for permission to pet him as well. He doesn't like
literally doing it
non-consensual
right
petting.
now.
He would bite you if you try and pet him.
I'm not petting him at all. I'm just like staring at him. I'm doing everything you're telling me not to do.
While this is going on,
He's not like being
While this
pet
is
without
going-
without consent.
Strike takes a few steps forward, has clearly calmed down, and offers him his hand for a handshake, and says, "I have to apologize. My reaction was a little extreme there."
Your
Can we
mind,
start over?
yeah. Look, I don't apologize. And he shakes his hand.
I could accept it.
Dolly is going to hold out her bird cage thing and just say, "If you guys want to talk this out, and not here, we can always just take a little trip in here and not destroy things."
It's fine, Dolly. We don't. Thanks for the offer, but that's not necessary. So, Sadar, I'm Eros. This giant beast of a man is Strike. The hot elf is Birdman. That human with the nice apple bottom ass is Dolly. And that other human with the weird cloak is Stray.
Yeah, we adopted him from the. Where was it again?
From some weasel people.
We kind of picked him up from
Yeah,
the pet store. We're not going to
I
talk
think
about
they
it.
were gonna put him down.
The little drow girl squeezed between anyone by changing into a mouse appears in front of you, Sadar, and with a head cocked slightly to the left. I'm Althea. I didn't know there were other drow who liked nature. And then her eyes are like locking on Hal, but she, unlike Birdman, is following your directions and doesn't want to look it in the eye.
No,
And
hell no.
this
I'm
thing,
like,
this thing
I'm
is
like
done.
waving
I
at his
picture
face.
that your Hal like is starting to like pick up on Birdman at this point. Like there's
Yeah,
that
he's
slow burn that's happening. It hasn't quite reached that pinnacle yet, but you know he's thinking about it.
I'm like waving a quarter pounder in his face, like, I know you want this shit. No,
I mean,
you want it.
you can
fucker.
provoke him if you want, but you can
It
provoke
might
him
be
if you
your
want, but it's not our fault if he bites you. Okay, so
Don't worry, I'm a trained professional.
at, at, at what point does Hal just start like wanting to like fucking nip his hand off or like fucking because he clearly knows he's taunting him.
Um,
What if I'm not taunting him at all? What if I want to
I
roll an
would
animal
like,
handling?
yeah. My brain was going to get you to an animal handling check. Definitely animal handling. He's enough of a beast for that idea.
I have an inspiration. I'll use it. It's fine.
Can I also do it with my detect thoughts as well?
Yes, and if you would like to roll for Howl, you can
I'm calling
roll
bullshit on that.
a defensive check since he is a player,
Okay,
technically a part of the
13.
player.
How do we?
Howl could roll a charisma or wisdom check. Your choice of how you want to interpret that. Obviously, like insight or even
That's a +5 to that, by the way.
plus
wait.
5. Because of Beastmaster thing. Yes.
Indubitably.
Okay, so this thing is standing, taking an aggressive stance like a bear does. Its head starts to tilt to the left, almost upside down like an owl. It turns around to look, make sure there's nothing behind it, and then it gets up on two legs and just a roar. I guess I don't know what I think.
I'd imagine
That's-
it's like
I think it's like a roar slash screech.
Roar.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, they can
you know
roar,
that-
but and they can also screech.
it's like that weird
You know?
combination of the two.
Yeah.
And you're like taunting it almost with the food. So it's kind of distracted by the food, but it's mostly just like angry that it's being taunted after everything. It's been dragged, teleported into this weird fucking place, like going through that whole situation, just like, what the fuck? And even Althea is just like, whoa, 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 and bravely steps in front of the thing. They're like, hey, stop. And you grab her, strike, pull her out of the way. And this thing, Birdman, I would like you to roll initiative versus his bear.
Can I just
As
pin
it's
it down?
starting to charge at you, and
Nice.
let me get the turn tracker up as we have random combat appearing.
Nice. I'm gonna steam you
Uh,
with your bear real quick.
I'm just gonna pin it down.
He did
So-
give the disclosure. He was a trained professional.
Yeah,
Alright.
we're gonna be best friends. by
If
the
you
end
would
of this.
like to roll an initiative for this little encounter, you can. If anyone else, otherwise you can just watch and narrate what you do as this happens.
Right.
And I think Nouvelle will grab Leandra and Donovan's hand and stop them from getting here, but doesn't get to Rogar quick enough. He just like, what the hell is going on? He sees Althea. Strike grabbed Althea. Because Althea was grabbed, I'm going to have her roll initiative.
Before the kids can get too close, Strike would tell them, "Stay away. I'll handle this."
What?
Is there like a section of the house that's covered in dim light?
Oh yes. It's let me move you guys a little bit to the side. There are small windows, very sparse throughout this house until you get to the upper floors. I picture this on one of the bottom floors, which is dug into this mountain a little bit. So picture like a basement. So there's like a couple, like the door and a window near the door, and then you guys are a little further back in. So there's like kitchen, basement, living room area. So relatively dark. The only like daylight, because it's still midday-ish, coming through that behind you, so to speak. It's probably a 40 by 40 foot room ish, more diagonal than square. So probably like 40 by 50 ish. Tables, chairs, couple like breaker walls and stuff. We're gonna theater of the mind this shit. So,
Okay.
Question.
Seeing that, Dolly is going to back up and go invisible for the entire fight.
makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay. I had to spend 3 initiative to boost the check by 20, right? I mean,
3 inspiration.
inspiration,
Yeah.
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 I'm doing that, so I'm at a 35.
Okay. Is anyone else going to?
Nah, I'm using my for something else entirely.
Okay. Before we start, you can do that at any point, but I just thought I'd ask. So, Eros, you, I'm gonna kind of position you guys a little bit. Dolly kind of goes to the back of the room. Roxana's kind of behind Eros. Eros got kind of pushed out of the way by Strike, sort of. We'll put Alexander kind of on the other side of this room. And then you guys a little bit over here. Bear's kind of moving this way. Rogar moves in. And then Leandra and others are a little bit back there. So a little bit of spacing. So we can kind of get a general idea of where you guys are placed. The feet and whatnot don't really matter to me. We're not in traditional combat rules. So just tell me what you want to do and you can get there. Like there's enough. You don't have to worry about movement. So, Eros, what do you do?
Eros is going to scream. Everyone, calm the fuck down! Strike back off! Birdman, put down the fucking gun!
I am
And
not
I'll use
going
my.
to back down while this thing is rampaging.
I will use my action, and this is targeted to everyone, including the owlbear. Persuasion to attempt to calm everyone down.
You guys
What if I
can
just decide
roll
I'm
if
not
you
gonna
would.
let myself be persuaded?
You
I'm
can.
just not gonna allow it.
PCs, player characters, that's a 30 fucking 4. I would like you to bear that in mind. But you don't have to change your opinion about that. You can start to be swayed, I would say. If you want to roll an active check, if you can, I don't think anyone can hit a 34 with an insight or other charisma check. But if you are capable, you're more than welcome to do that check to just prove it. But generally, with persuasion checks between player characters, since they're new people, is why I'm explaining this. It's like I would like you to take into account what they roll and role play appropriately. Like that's a fucking 34. Eros is very persuasive. This is very logical. It makes a lot of sense. So, Eros, what else do you?
Eros is also going to. I definitely probably can't roll for this. But
Maybe
using that persuasion also is.
we're not in traditional combat, 100%.
Yeah.
Maybe
Using that persuasion is also going to have her hand out towards the owlbear, and her eyes are going to mellow to try to get its attention so that they can lock eyes and hope that calms it down so that it can go back to being on all fours.
So I picture you maybe like stepping a little bit more to this side so you're easier seen between Strike and the others as you talk and yell that out. Get a little closer to Althea, and it sees that movement and just tracking movement as it is a predatory creature. It just sees that and follows you to see what's going on before kind of walking back into the meat and the anger and the frustration. And there's a loose cock back to look at Sadar, like what, kind of thing, but there is a little bit of insensateness at the same time. Eros, if that is your turn, then
Yeah.
we will go to Strike.
That'll be me.
Here's gonna come something unexpected. I'm
Okay.
not even ready for this.
Okay.
I go directly up to the owlbear, and I would like to roll an animal handling check to calm it the fuck down.
Oh.
And I'm using the plus 20. I used free inspiration for that.
Shit balls.
And from what we gathered so far is that it does understand what we're saying to it, correct? To a degree, at least.
Sidar, can you confirm that one?
What was that?
Does it
Sorry?
understand common, or is it just
Yeah,
like
it understands all languages that I speak.
All right. Then I walk up in a not aggressive, not defensive, more like just a neutral stance, and say to it, "Look, we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. What Birdman's doing, that elf over there, I know that's frustrating. And he's going to apologize later on. I'm going to make sure of it."
Fuck no, I'm not. The hell?
Shut up! And if you would, please, may I be able to relax a little? So we can have a sit down as we have originally intended?
you keep talking, and
I
it's
talk
looking
this
between
out like-
you and the food.
Yeah. And then I snatch some of the food and just give it to him.
Just fucking toss it. Yeah, at that point. Just
Tum, tum.
And I think with the check I can pet it too, right?
Hmm.
Then I do that.
I think it's one of those things that it's so distracted it doesn't notice that you pet it. Like, so you do,
That's fair.
and then as your hand pulls away, it sees that you did it, and it's like one of those things like, what the fuck did you just do? Like, but you got away with it, and so for in that briefest moment, so it's like it's a
And with
little
that, I just give him
confused.
a little bit of a smug smile.
A little bit of smug smile. Okay.
And I look back to Sada and say, I guess he really was just hungry, huh?
No, he just
He
doesn't
has
like being
not.
praised.
I'm gonna let Sidar decide when he 100% calms down. Because so on your turn, what do you do?
I'll calm him down. Like, look, buddy, he doesn't understand. Okay, he doesn't understand you. I do though, and I'll give him a hug and give him scratches until he calms down.
And then if you'd be so kind as to translate the general gist of it, that would be much appreciated, so we can de-escalate.
Well, like I said before, don't stare him in the eye. Don't taunt him because he's a very intelligent and sensitive being. So don't do that kind of stuff, and don't pet him without
Brian?
consent.
I didn't even do anything.
You pointed
No,
a gun at him.
absolutely not.
I didn't point a gun at it.
You
The
put
gun's
it in his
holstered,
face,
see?
and you keep shouting. Do you not
You know
realize
what?
that this is agitating to him?
Check
You
the
know
chat,
what?
Brian. That's what you did.
You know what? You shut your mouth, Stray. I'm not dealing with you. Fine. If you guys want to yell at me, cool. I'll be the bad guy then. Fuck y'all. Have your sit down.
I
I'll
turned
talk
you
to
into
you
a
later.
soy jack in chat.
And he just walks away. He like throws whatever it was at like down on the floor and just walks away. I'm not dealing with this then. Have fun with your little powwow and come talk to me when you guys are out of your like back in your fucking brains. And I jump out a window aggressively.
Jumps out the window. He breaks the
I
glass.
aggressively jump out a window. The nearest window. I aggressively jump out of it. Like Batman.
He hits the pavement. The pavement was the victim, and he was the victor.
You might hear some
Batman.
obscenities after I hit the floor hella hard, but fuck. After I jump out the window.
Sorry about that. You
I apologize for my own behavior as well.
Hey, don't apologize to me. Apologize to him. You're the one. He's the one that was taunting him. All right.
You're the only one who can translate it to him. That's why I said it.
He
to him.
he can understand you. He's a
animals
very-
are
like I
very
said-
smart.
Like I said, he's a very intelligent being. He can understand you when you speak to him.
Look, my mind's going 100 miles an hour. I'm trying to understand a million things at once. I have misunderstood.
I don't. You can stay here as long as you like. I'm gonna go. And Eros follows through the window after Birdman.
Is that guy always kind of an asshole? Or does he just not like owlbears?
Althea would speak up. He's been through a lot. He used to be a bird, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But and then she kind of nods. Yeah, he's always kind of been Uncle Birdman. She shrugs.
And in all fairness, not one of us is really the least bit better when you look at it.
No, not at all. We're
I'm not
dysfunctional.
saying I'm not any better, but you know.
All right.
Rogar, the kids
Have
would
a seat.
follow
I'll get you
Birdman
something
and
to drink.
Arrows. The kids would follow Birdman and Arrows out the window. Be like, not sure what else to do.
Yes.
One of those things like they're just like that seems fun. Other than Rogar, I think Rogar would say her, but I think Althea would follow. Donovan would see her and he would follow, and then Leandra would just like shrug and be like, "Okay, why not?"
And then
Just like
Strike just kind of serve up drinks and even get a bowl for the old bear.
Dolly just steps forward and no longer is invisible and just says, "Well, that happened. Why are they all jumping out the window? The door's right there.
Old habits die hard.
Old habits, huh?"
It's indeed.
We haven't gotten to
happens.
jump out a window in weeks.
I've been so stressed, man. I haven't jumped out of a window in weeks. I used to do it
It's
every
like a
day.
drug
pretty
for you.
much. It's a trauma response.
Oh. When I was young, a window murdered my family, so I jumped through them to show dominance.
I lived in a place that didn't have windows, so I jumped through them for dominance. Oh god.
well,
I built windows just to destroy them.
I was a slave for a really long time.
with that
At one point, I was a window.
awesome relative introduction scene of Sadar, it is only maybe 1 to 2 p.m. in the afternoon in this day in game. So you still have a good chunk of the day left. We can hand wave if you would like. You guys going to the Gorgon thing if you want to roleplay that out. We definitely can, but that's not a really complicated thing. They would be very proud and basically say you could like not expected this to be successful in any way, shape, or fucking form. They basically say you can stay here as long as you want. Like they're not really an issue with that. Like you have the season. Like once the season's changed, we expect you to move on. And if you want to move on sooner than that, they won't pay any mind to it. With those things. And you still haven't spent time. There should be a check or a role play scene of some sort for you guys to like narrow in information of like where can you find where the next quote unquote cache is, kind of thing. But this is me kind of. How do we want to play out the rest of this day?
Well, unless someone else has another immediate idea, I would do something with Birdman in the very immediate, like after they jumped out the fucking window. I just want to see if anyone else has something they want to do for the right
Did he
now.
break the window?
I don't know. Did he?
Probably glass fucking everywhere.
It's Birdman, so of course.
Or it's probably just got shutters, right? Like wooden shutters. I don't know how they
Broke the
build their
window
house-
and the
I don't know how
shutters.
strongly these houses are built out here.
They have dwarven foundations, but that's not how they were finished. But they're relatively sturdy. It's like I don't know. It's not modern glass. Like it's not hard to break. So yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anyone want to do anything in the room? I guess maybe I jumped the gun there. Before Eros does outside with Birdman.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Doesn't really matter who goes first. I just want to have Dad sit down with Sidar and figure out just what the hell is actually going on here.
Okay. Well, I imagine the room would clear out, and you probably maybe find a point later or something, a little more, to reconnect with those things. But yeah, you guys do you. I'm fine with whatever happens first. It's not too picky to me. Who wouldn't?
So Sadar will just be in like one of the rooms, just like laying down on the bed, like shit. I haven't slept in a bed in like I don't even know how long. And he's speaking to Hal as if Hal can like respond back to him normally, like a normal person. And Hal is just like fucking grunting or like like
Yeah.
giving him small little like growls as a response.
Then there's a knock on the door.
Hal moans that the door has been knocked upon.
I don't know how doors work. You come in, I guess.
I don't know how it
What?
works.
Strike walks in, a look of utter confusion on his face.
Bad one getting his
And stares at him just with complete disbelief. You don't know how doors work.
Look, we have been out. We have not slept inside of a room in a very long time.
But wait a moment. But in those rooms you did sleep in, they had doors, right?
Yeah, but I don't remember those rooms.
Doesn't
the
doesn't matter. It's not about the doors. It's not about the doors.
I mean, the doors with those rooms are different to this door. I mean, it took me a good like 10 minutes trying to figure out how to get into this room. The doors aren't the same.
All right. I suppose so. But that's not important.
You're gonna say doorknobs are a recent invention. Like
No,
it used to be like weird latches or something, or you just
he's saying that different. He's saying that the doorknobs are different with every place, so therefore
Okay.
not all doorknobs are the same.
I'm just confused.
There is some philosophies of that, I think. Not all doors.
Holy shit. Are the doors with the doorknobs? Are we the knobs on the doors?
Oh, they had doorknobs. Don't get me wrong, but you know these doorknobs are different to the doorknobs that I used to use many years
You
ago.
mean they had an entirely different mechanism?
No, they were the exact same. They were just very they were just different doors in general. Like the design was different, the wood was different. You know, the doors were just different.
I was under the impression that in general the doors just both function the same way. You turn a knob, you open the door. No?
Yes, but the doors are different though.
Okay. How
I'm
old
very
is your
confused.
How old is your drow?
He doesn't even know, so I didn't even know.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Well,
Okay,
tell me
I-
you have-
take
tell me
note.
you have massive blood force trauma and just forgot how doors work.
No, he knows how doors work, but
It
the
was
doors
so
are
bad,
different. You know what
forgot
I
how to
mean?
use a door.
He didn't forget how to use a door, but you know, doors are just different. You know, not all doors are the same. You know what I mean?
They're
It's gonna be a running joke, huh?
out here. I don't know.
It's a different. It's a different door. I don't know what else he's meant to say. How clear can you be?
So if you want to trap him in a room, you don't even need to lock it. Just put a different door in there.
Pretty
Oh my
much. Pretty much. Look, I don't even
That-
remember
that-
how I even got in here.
Wow.
I mean, door. It's a different door.
And Sadar's greatest enemy was born right then and there.
The BBEG.
What are you,
Metal
a
door.
critical role character?
Every time you walk up to a door now, bro, there needs to be some sort of check like,
Well,
oh, fuck.
He's gonna have an emotional
In
breakdown.
loose proof of that, in both the original Animaesus campaign and the original Cloud and Row campaign, there were a door in each of those campaigns that nearly wiped the party because they couldn't open it in enough
I
time
remember
to
that.
finish something. The one in Cloud and Row was they couldn't open the door to get to the demon summoning the spells, so
Dude,
one person, and that person let the demon get summoned and cause the whole cataclysm.
that was
Right,
me.
and then in Animaesus, it was when she single-handedly fought 100 kobolds by himself, while the rest of the group was fighting a couple gargoyles locked in a room and didn't know how to get out of the room, and couldn't. I was just like, it's only a DC 15. Like, I don't understand. He's gonna- And this is when inspiration started to get born.
Yeah.
My inspiration roll, because there were just things that would happen where I'm like, oh my god, you got to find a way to get past the door in some way.
Doors,
Yeah, we have
the
got
worst
time.
nemesis for any D&D player.
I like if you
Could be a mimic. Attack the door.
if you don't have the right setup, sometimes it just sucks. Or if like people aren't working together. That was the Cloud and Row thing. Is there's no one was working together, and then Animaesus, you guys just got separated because you just got separated. I forget why, but you got separated, and he was just in another. He was just in another room, which was Lust's former character, while everyone else was like, if they didn't have 3 clerics in that campaign, they would have wiped. With the room they got locked in, they were.
Yeah.
That is concerning.
I just look at Hal and be like, see, do you know how doors work? Do you know this door?
Hal just shrugs and then walks up to it, sniffs it, and then scrapes it like to mark it like it belongs to him, and then sits back down.
See, different door.
Please
mean,
do not scrape the
frankly,
door.
frankly,
Don't
the fact
meow at me.
frankly,
No.
the fact you could just come in here so elegantly through that door,
No.
I'm amazed by it, honestly.
No.
Thank you, I suppose.
Oh no.
I forgot what I was going to say. Fuck.
Well, bye.
For some reason, my cat wants to bother me now.
Well,
There you go.
Yeah. Oh. Well, if you're gonna leave, please keep the
No,
door
wait,
open.
I got it.
I'll-
I would like to ask you to come with me to the living area, please.
Sure, but you're gonna have to open the door for me, though.
I will open the door for you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
And she just turns it and opens the door. Like,
Unless you
open the
want,
door.
I picture Hal is now enjoying the bed. So unless you like order them, I doubt they will come.
No,
they're
he
probably
can-
they're
that
probably
bed's
just
gonna-
gonna like dirty your bed to all get out.
Oh, that bed is gonna get absolutely fucked up. He has very sharp claws, and I'll follow him down.
Down a hallway, probably into that original room where you teleported in. If not another, you guys do you. Like this mansion's huge. So
All right, the whole door thing aside, I ask him to have a sit down. I'm going to get
all I'm
the bell
saying,
and have my parents sit down too, and then we just sit there and talk about what has been happening and why the hostility. First of all.
about are we talking about the door?
No, forget about the door.
But okay,
Doors.
Mel,
are
is that
not-
you?
What I want to know is, what do you guys have any history, judging my version earlier, or is it a 12 hours infighting kind of thing?
me and the door.
You and her.
The doors are her.
Novella sitting right there. Strike brought her.
Oh, me and her. Oh, I don't. Look, me and that me in that house. We have a pretty. I kind of got kicked out. For things. I was almost killed. That was pretty thrilling and kind of cool, but also kind of scary. Yeah, I was kind of kicked out of the city. She might know why, but yeah. I might have met her before, but I don't really remember you. I'm sorry that I put my sword on you. That was probably a little bit rash. I want to say. Yeah.
Alright, glad we cleared that up at least. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure there is not going to be any bad blood here. And that if there is, that we could possibly talk it out. That puts my mind at ease already.
Well, I'm looking at her, and she doesn't look like the person that tried to kill me or kick me out or lock me in a room with a door. So I think we're cool for now. If she
I'll
was
make
kicked
sure
out
to
too,
leave all the
then I'm
doors
cool.
open.
Oh, you're an absolute god to me.
What are Nouvelle's thoughts to this conversation?
Does she know who I am? At all, or just has she heard of me at all, or have I heard of her before at all? It's been a long time, but
God?
do I know of her?
Mr. Godman?
God?
God,
God, man. Okay.
God,
Eyes
Uh,
abandoned you.
man, God.
okay. Well, I guess the question I need to have answered, because I haven't asked this question to you yet, is how long ago were they in the city?
Uh, I would say he left probably around like 3 to 4 years ago, and he's just been living out in the wild since then, getting kind of insane, getting kind of feral.
Okay.
But he was born in the city. Like he was born into he was born into the 12th house and grew up in the 12th house.
We're the
Okay.
same, you and I.
I'm still recovering from my fault.
Nouvelle probably it's probably like I recognize, which was kind of how I was role playing it in the first scene. It's kind of a recognition of your face more than anything. Maybe not like your name, but like saw you in the ranks of people, when things were going on. Because 4 years ago, she was a devout follower of the matron mother. So I picture maybe not necessarily someone of higher rank than you, but definitely someone that was recognized more by the matron mother and her children and kind of the whole setup of the house, probably.
Yeah, I'd imagine if he were to step back into the city and saw a 12th house member, the 12th house member would probably like snitch, and they would try to like fucking.
Oh yeah. But
He
good
he
news
would he'd be
now,
dead.
well, he doesn't know, but the mommy's dead.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Um. Okay. Well, yeah. Take away the scene. I mean, job description.
So why did you choose to betray the house? Not that I blame you. They are intense and unreasonable and hurtful. I'm speaking to Shallow Butter like personally.
Oh, wasn't sure if you were missing the straight. Um.
Smash just listening right now.
She looks out the broken window as she says that. Looks out the broken, and she sighs a little bit. Well, found something that I didn't think I was able to have. And then I found a friend that I didn't expect to have. And then I found truth. It was always hidden from.
He nods. He nods, but in his head, he's like, "Wow, that's such complicated words and such a deep and meaningful story that he does not understand." But he's pretending to.
But what is there
And
to
then she
understand?
she turns to strike before she looks at Sidar for like the first time, and there's a sincere, like, I understand you kind of look in her face. Like she smiles, and she doesn't want any maliciousness to show in her face. And you notice something about her that only maybe a drow would pick up on. That he is probably a bastard child of the matron mother. There's a similarity to her that is definitely there. Um, and she speaks up and says, "These three found something beneath the city. I helped them break it out. We'll have to introduce you tomorrow. Cash is a new future for these lands.
Do I know who Cash is? Or was I not like in enough to
Roll
know
a
Cash?
You don't know how doors work.
history.
How would you know what cash is?
Ooh, fuck.
History or survival?
I mean-
History, like you were told. Survival, you may have stumbled across.
I mean, Cash is like a being, whereas all doors are different. You know what I mean? Like every person's different.
Facts. He's speaking
Well,
the
that's
truth now.
true.
Now I understand. I get it now. He converted me. Dude. I get it.
Okay. I think it's one of those things you stumbled upon a room where you know someone had something very important that the matron mother was keeping for a long time. Like I think you are smart enough to put something together that they stole something from one of the vaults of the matron mother, and you know one of the vaults is this dark room that has a red crystal in the middle of it that you didn't know what the fuck was in there, and they never let anyone go there. It was like one of those things that you found it, and then there was like another guard. There was another like 5 guards in there that you didn't see. That their job is just to be in there and wait and protect whatever it is. Maybe like an imagery of like a silhouette of like the statue of Cash, but I don't think you would know beyond that it's something really important that they're keeping down.
Wait, you guys managed to move that old statue? How the fuck? How'd you guys manage that?
Arrows created a sort of mental link to it, and that's how we get it to move around.
I can kind of tell you're confused about me with the door thing, but now you're telling me you made a mental connection with the statue.
I didn't. I'm just as confused about it as you are about doors. Arrows did that. You know the almost naked lady there?
Do you need me to look? I can explain to help you understand about doors if you'd like.
Forget about the doors, please!
I think Nouvelle would laugh at Strike's like anger at this. Like
Yes, anger about door. I am angry about doors.
You know what usually helps me when I'm angry at something? I just aggressively jump through a window. Try it.
That's exactly what Strike is going to do after this conversation.
Strike aggressively jumps through the already broken window and breaks
Wait,
it.
so you don't like? So you're not a fan of doors either? I take it then.
All right.
My brain trembles.
Yes. Nouvelle's like, well,
Sometimes you gotta jump through a window to open a door.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Rogar, can you go check on the others, make sure your siblings bring back Eros and Birdman in time for dinner. And Sadar, I don't think you should worry about much. We have found a little slice of goodness in what the salted city has tainted. And we escaped. And now we go on a grand adventure. You should talk to Eros about it. It is her idea on the whole. You should join us if you enjoy the wilds and want to maybe potentially find something that the city of salt won't have any control over, which I think is rare in this world.
That sounds like a decent idea. I mean, it has been. Well, I've never really been out of the wilds of this area too much, so it'd be kind of nice to see and eat new things.
They are nice, but they are obviously a little lost in their thoughts. You can tell she doesn't necessarily enjoy the sinners in the city. She kind of shrugs it off. Well, I'm going to go for a little walk and clear my head around the complex. I won't be too far.
I was going to do the exact same thing.
Well, you should join me. Rogar climbing out of the window awkwardly to follow the others. Roxana has
Strike is
long gone
gonna,
upstairs.
that's what Strike is gonna do as well. He just picks up Nouvelle and jumps through the window.
Nouvelle would hop herself. Like if you're gonna go through the window, she'd like I can. And she'd do a cool acrobatics and whoop. And
Soldar will yell at the strike. Hey, can you unlock this door for me first, please, though?
Just leave him. Just leave him. Don't go back. Leave it on that. Just leave him awkwardly sitting in the room.
Oh, Mel, you should have kids
Guys,
around
oh
us.
god,
Guys, can
No,
you please, guys, can you please come back and unlock this door for me, guy?
Mm.
Please.
it's like the Speak with Dead from the D&D movie.
Yeah,
You
dude.
haven't seen that where you're supposed to ask 5 questions. If you don't ask all 5,
have to
they
ask
just
me another
stare.
question.
Oh,
Spoiler
He,
alert.
he goes up to the door and tries to open it, but he like twists the knob the wrong way.
That's so good.
End up having to use your feet somehow to kick it open. Huh? Okay, Dolly, anything you would like to do while you're still in the house, or follow them?
I don't really have anything to do in the house, so yeah, I guess I'll follow.
Okay. Go for a walk with Nouvelle and Strike. Okay. Alexander, is there anything you want to do in the house, or are you gonna follow the rest of the group, or gonna start to teleport and do your thing you were talking about earlier? Or...
What? Wait, what?
What?
Anything Alexander would like to do in the house? Anything you would like to do before we go outside with the walk with Eros and Birdman and the kids? Join them? Would you like
no.
to teleport and start harvesting? I don't know.
I would say, I, I guess since I do have, well, I'm not good at. I need to find someone who's good at harvesting, so I would need to bring someone with me who's good at harvesting to teleport over there. Also, we still have the bull that we have to worry about. That's, it's knocked out, but it's
It hasn't woken up yet.
it's still there. So I will
But
find.
I imagine you had found some sort of chains or something. It's in one of the basement rooms. Maybe maybe outside. It's up to you. I don't know. But
I would say it would be. I could see. Uh, I could see like probably talking to, because you said there was a guy in the city who possibly dealt with large beasts. I would probably ask him how much it would cost to keep this thing there, because he may have an empty stable that can fit a large creature, or not a stable, but a place to hold, uh, I guess unruly beasts. Because like in his line of work, yes, he would be a beast tamer and tame some, but until he tames it, which might take a while, he would have to have a way to keep them there without them escaping, right?
first question out of Yorick's mouth would be, why the fuck do you want me to do that? This thing has murdered my people for the last 6 months. Why would I want to do that?
You will get paid for it. Second off, it'll be out of your hands. We just need you to hold on to it for just a bit. Just a bit. Maybe I would say it depends on how long, like probably a day or so. Just so then I can get I can rest, get my abilities and rest, get recharged, and be able to take this thing off your hands. You would really only be paid for holding on to it temporarily, and it'll be out of your way. It will probably get killed or dissected for its crimes. Not for its crimes, but because it will probably get killed or dissected, which will be, I guess, retribution for its crimes. It's going to die anyways. but I just need you to hold on for it for right. You don't have to take care of it or whatever. It's weak. I just need some place that is equipped to keep this thing in one place for a day.
Okay. You kind
Or
of
a
see
couple.
the biggest thing he has is like a young adult dire wolf. It's not fully grown, so this is like one of the bigger like exotic things he has. He probably has like a cow or something, but he looks around and is a little confused. There's the big thing on it. How are you even transporting this, guys?
I
Well,
presume Strike was dragging it, but yeah, also, yeah, how is it restrained? I suppose would be another question. But
How are you gonna get it to this guy? Like you teleported it, quote unquote. I just kind of let that happen as kind of things just make narrative flow here.
I know how.
So,
I know,
but
I know
like,
how.
how do you get it to his shop? Like, if this thing weighs easily 3,000 pounds.
Wheelbarrow.
How many
Have-
minutes would it take? How many minutes would it take to get to his shop?
Why? What does that mean? What are you trying to do?
Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spell slots I can use to cast this. That is 6 minutes of me rolling this thing in a ball over to over to the guy. I just want to know if I have enough time to just use 6 spell slots to upcast this thing and just take 6 minutes to roll this thing over to the guy. You know?
Um,
Because it's weightless and just
I
large
would
enough.
like a athletics check.
It's weightless.
I would still like an athletics check. You're running.
Okay, fine. Athletics check. Ooh, this is a 0. Ooh. Oh. 15?
Okay.
This only lasts for a minute, so you have a minute to roll it.
I have
You have a
6.
minute.
No,
I have
you know
6
this
spell
is
slots.
this is
I have
this
6
is
spell
the
slots.
idea. Okay, I would like you now to roll a D100.
Yeah,
You should have just turned it off and on again. It always works.
and it is
Not a
waiting for us.
D100.
64.
Okay.
I don't know if I was good. I don't know.
Okay. So you spent more time trying to figure out where this guy was because you've been here before, but it's been a long time. And you kind of remember what his place is. And this place is there's lots of weird trees and buildings even that are off this map. And then you find him down here and you realize that he's kind of just down the hill in this little like cosp of trees, sort of like off of like so you basically ride the sphere down a hill. You just and like have it go down, gravity working in your favor.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a thing though. It doesn't pick up. Um until right at the like it's like one of those picture perfect ideas in a way. Like as soon as Yorick gets the chain around it, it starts to wake up.
And I
And
also tell York breath. It has a breath weapon. Cover its, restrain its mouth with something.
Mm,
Um,
okay. Let's see if Yorick.
this city will be destroyed by the time they get back.
Yorick is almost petrified in his first attempt, but resists. A second attempt, he's able to, and
I can give York an
he
inspiration
looks
point.
at he got it. He looks at
Uh.
he got it with the he doesn't have he got a 14. I whatever. I'm just rolling a dice here. Nonetheless, he turns to you, Yorick does. Closes this weird cage that he kind of designed for an owl bear. And he with the chain in there, and then he looks back at you. So what? 400 gold?
I was going to say 500, but
He smiles at that. It's like, here, come to my
yeah, so
office.
500 gold, hold it for a day, just give me a chance to
God.
rest and get my abilities back, and I'll have this thing off your hands. If I need another day, I'll pay 600 for the next day.
Well,
But 500 today.
500 will buy you at least a day before I tell the council. But yeah,
Okay, thank you. That's good enough for me. So yeah,
okay.
500 gold to him.
Mark that
Perfect.
off. I've got my note for that.
Now, when I get back, do I know? I'll ask the party if anyone has a sending spell.
That would be your goal. Arrows.
Eros would not be in the house when you get back. At least
Okay.
not yet, because we've had yet
Yeah,
to get to their scene. I would like to do. So
Gotcha. Okay.
it's
I'm gonna
just the guy stumped by
say
doors who can't get out in there.
we'll do Eros's scene, and then we'll see if she comes back at enough time for you to connect with her. But I do
Yeah.
think asking around in the house about that with who's in the house. Most people have gone for a walk or outside by this point. The only person that would have that sort of information, let me double check.
Roxana would definitely know.
Roxana, you would talk to Roxana, who is Eros's apprentice, and Roxana would reluctantly say that she recently mastered that spell,
Okay.
but
Because yeah,
she's not sure. She's like, who do you want me to talk to? Because it is me talking to them.
yeah. So that's why. So I was going to talk to you, because if it's gonna stay in there for a day and at least get 8 hours of rest and get all my spell slots back, I could attempt to cast Dominate Monster on it. And Dominate Monster, the spell pretty much says that it is charmed by you, and
Yeah.
would it being charmed by me and me even being able to take control of it, since it's a concentration, I can take control of it. Would I be able to, since teleport is not a concentration spell, if I was able to successfully dominate this monster, would I be able to tell it to be friendly and teleport and be willing to teleport somewhere?
I don't see why not. I guess, yeah.
Cool. Then I would just need the sending spell would probably go to someone I know who would be interested in looking at uh and I can think of the message to be within 25 words. But is like you said there was the elves and the dragon riders. You said the dwarves would also be interested in this. There would be people in the city of Salt who would be um
Okay, so this is your plan for next time, it sounds like?
yes, pretty much to once I get the sending message to someone I think would want to see this, and if they get back to me saying, yeah, send it over, I would teleport this to them so they can take a look at it. And then we can worry about harvesting the other stuff later. I just want to get this out of the city to some place that can research it.
Okay.
That's
So sounds like you're waiting a day until you get back to the harvest, basically. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Then I would like to wrap up today's session with a kind of the scene starting with Eros and Birdman walking, and then maybe um switching to like Strike and the others if we want to do that real briefly. Um I have about 15-20 minutes before I just need to log off to take a brain break before we kind of meet again in a little bit this evening. Um for Orgonaut's the thing that we've been doing. So nonetheless, Eros, Birdman, on these grassy knolls and hills, you can decide where you're walking. For those things, the kids kind of following you, just mostly out of just nerves and like, if anything, like the house, although comfortable, it's not home, so to speak. And Strike, I don't know, they obviously want to go explore the city a little bit and are kind of taking that opportunity a little bit too. So, Eros and Birdman, what'd you like to do?
I try my best to stealth from the children and Eros, but it might be hard.
Might be.
So, not for the children, but he doesn't care if Eros finds him. He just, it's the door.
Well, damn.
Well, there you go.
Well, find me.
The kids have no chance, but I think Althea would help you. Definitely, Lust. I think Althea would.
Okay, then I'll just reroll and
Ooh, you gotta
No.
meet it.
no.
Oh, I
found
forgot
it.
about your side die. Okay. So Leandra gets bored, Donovan gets bored, Rogar goes back, takes as the big brother goes back with them, and Althea says, "Hey, I'll find them." And they probably eventually run into Shallow Butter and Strike and Dolly. So Althea kind of comes up behind with Eros, mostly just following Eros, kind of things. But yeah, what do you do?
So, Eros finding the elven Birdman would say, "Come on, don't walk off like that."
Stops. I imagine he's like crunked up against like a tree right now. Like, what? What do you want me to do? You want me to just stand there and just take it, or what? You want me to just get my ass beat by an owlbear in front of all my friends? I would have done it.
Oh fuck! No, I'm. You were the one making aggressive moves towards it. You know how animals work.
Whatever, man.
Don't, Birdman. Don't. I'm not. I'm not mad at you or upset at you. Okay? Don't think that.
He's like looking at you like we're gonna have a serious conversation, like in front of the kid. Like, like looking, I'm like, please no. Like, I don't think we should do this in front of the in front of the child. This is not the place or
Eros's
the time.
eyes flash.
Althea doesn't
And
pick up on any of this.
Eros's eyes flash and our minds link. Come on. Just talk. Not out loud.
What do you want me to talk about? Huh? What do you want me to say? It feels like we don't know what the fuck we're doing. Okay, I'm stressed as hell. Okay, but it seems like everybody else is having a grand old fucking time. What's up with that? What happened?
What? I just wanted to have fun, go on an adventure, and I didn't say you had to come along. Of course,
Oh, it's not about the adventure. I'm worried. Something doesn't feel right, but it might just be me freaking out, and that's what it seems like. Everybody's making it seem like I'm just me freaking out. Something doesn't seem right. I don't know what it is.
Are you're like are you like standing or sitting?
He's probably like sitting now, like standing, or he doesn't know. He's kind of just like pacing, probably back and forth, like.
She would, okay, if you're pacing, she would like gently grab your wrist and say, "You're not I don't think you're wrong for being concerned. I don't. I trust when you feel are off, that you feel something is off. I might not show it, but I do.
It's just a lot. Arrows, it's a lot. These new people, like we're picking up fucking stray humans getting sold by people with bird cages and new drow, and now we can't even walk into a city without people being like, "Oh, what's up with that? The drow?" And like it's fucking freaking me out, man.
Birdman, I'm look,
Which reminds me of being me again, being the bird. I don't want to be the bird again.
I I'm sorry if this is in any way my fault. They they these new people seem helpful. I don't It's not like I don't have my own reservations. Okay? It's not. But I don't know. I just giving them a chance, I guess. But yeah, I get it.
Just I don't want this to go too far. Oh, I'm not mad at all these new people. They're weird and quirky. Like, just scared. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what we're looking for. I'm out of my element here again. Do I gotta do some more?
I If I'm honest, which I always am with you, I don't really care if we don't find another cache. I just wanted to leave and see the world again. And this seemed like a good way to do it. I don't really care if I know where I'm going. I never really did. I'm sorry if I'm hurting you because of that.
Felt like since I've left, I haven't been the same person. You know? Everybody else is finding peace on the outside. What if I don't want to find peace on the outside?
Why don't you want peace on the outside?
I don't know. Not that I don't. Saying, what if I didn't?
But why would you not?
I don't know. Well, shit's crazy, man. He like gestures towards a child. He's like,
Yeah, things are different and probably overwhelming. Is overwhelming. What can I do to help with that though? Like you're
he
running off, getting mad.
he says out loud, like he says this out loud. This is the only thing he's probably said out loud. He goes, "Well, the first thing you can do is teach Roxana to cook. She's fucking terrible at it. She's so bad, so bad. Her food is awful, Eros. It's horrible. It's horrendous. Can't cook." I had to buy 16 meat pies today. 16. They're so good. Her cooking, it's so bad.
Look,
It's horrible. I don't even think a rabbit could eat it. It's so bad.
Okay, look, I don't even know how she's managing to pick up being a bard. I don't know how to teach someone how to cook.
So
But that's feels like more of a deflection than anything else.
no. Maybe.
Birdman, do you trust me?
Honestly, I don't know who I can trust anymore. I don't even feel like I can trust myself half the time.
I see. Okay. Do you, well, what, what, what would you want then?
I don't know. But I'm gonna help you keep looking for this stuff because I told you I would, and I'm not gonna leave you. I don't want to.
But I don't want to hurt you anymore than I already have.
I don't think you could hurt me if you even tried. Actually, now that I think of it.
But why does it feel like everything I do is causing you pain?
I think it's everything that everyone's doing is causing me pain. I don't know if I fit in. Trying. Really am.
I never thought you didn't. When I first
Sometimes I
met
feel
you,
like it would just be easier to go back to chopping up rats and putting them in soup, you know?
it was easier before everything happened. I didn't think you were weird from the first day I met you. To me, you're quite literally my brother.
I think he just hugs you. Like, he doesn't say anything else. And then he just, like, realizes that Althea is there and then just, like, screeches back and goes, you had some dirt on your back. Yup. Dirty ass back. Nasty.
Gotta keep up the image
Gross.
of the cool uncle.
Gross. Gross. Super gross. Oh, look at that. He, like, gets on Althea's back, gives her a hug. Yep, you got something on your back, too. That's crazy. Oh, is that a spider? Is that a bug? Oh. Well, it's gone now. So, Gorgons, how'd that go?
She just looks at you, her eyes.
He winks at you, though. And with a smile on his face.
The Gorgons are mostly dead. Um, they, they, uh, they fucked. They were a family, somehow.
Wait, what?
Yeah, one, a mother and a father with
Yo, they
kids,
fuck?
somehow.
You did see a penis. I'm just gonna
He looks
say.
at you. Yeah, he's like,
You're focusing. Birdman, you're focusing on the wrong aspect of the
he
story.
looks at you like. So what you're saying is,
You also saw Strike putting out a dead baby.
No.
do we have one? Like, did we bring anything back? Like anything interesting? Maybe like a big fat metal dick that we can hang on the wall or something. Like
We
just
can go
asking for
back
a
and
friend.
get one.
We our stray helped teleport the one that was alive, which is the dad, essentially.
It's still alive.
Barely. I don't know where it is
baby.
now.
You see him. He flips a knife. He flips a knife out of his pocket, and he's like, "Oh baby, it's on now. I'm gonna race you home, you motherfuckers!" And he just like runs off, like Naruto runs off.
Naruto.
I'm gonna chop off a metal dick. He's like running away.
While he's running
I imagine
away.
I meet up with the others of the team, like the others of the group. I just run
Yeah, I
straight
could
past
see-
them. I'm like, metal dick.
Yeah, I could see Birdman flying through the window and pinning up Alexander against the wall. Where's the metal dick? Point Dexter.
Yep.
As Strike sees this, he just looks to Birdman, shrugs, and runs as well.
While he runs off, Eros will look down at Althea and just shrug, holding out her hand to take Althea's.
She almost covered Birdman in like a forest version of like a sandcastle while you guys were talking.
I kicked over.
She was using mold earth and druidcraft to make like a Birdman's castle as he leaned against the tree.
Baby.
Little lichen growing, mushrooms growing, flowers growing, and then she'd mold earth so it like you blended into it. You know, it's like the ability camouflage of a druid for like a ranger, you know, that they'd have to take 10 minutes to
And
do.
then
kind of
Bird
thing.
just ruined it by running off.
And then Birdman just stands up and she just shrugs and then just like finishes it and like turns it into this other artwork and then kind of looks at you just like understanding you guys were talking about something important and then it was obviously emotional. And I think Althea is still a drow in that aspect to where emotions are awkward. So it's just like, can we go home? Grabbing your hand.
Yeah, let's actually go grab some food that isn't greasy meat pies.
They looked good, but I just don't like meat.
I mean, yeah, they look good, but I don't really like having major amounts of grease in my food.
You know. Yeah, me neither. Roxana, she can make a mean salad. It's just, I think all our time in the city, most of us are used to more protein than that, and she's trying. Don't ask her to make anything with a potato. She nearly cut off her finger with this peeler thing. I never saw a potato before, but one of the servants earlier today like made me one like the proper way because they saw I was like not enjoying it and they were like, you need to understand what a potato's actually. These are cool little dog people. So maybe we should have some potatoes.
Potatoes are one of the easiest things to make.
Like, didn't you buy those a few months back before like everything? And you know, by everything, she's referring to her sister.
Yeah, they're not easy to buy though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're here. And she kind of changes the subject a little bit and skips and grabs your hands, like, "Come on, let's go." And
Yeah.
she sees as you guys are walking back up the hill, you see Strike, Nouvelle, Dolly meeting and kind of continuing to walk, and the kids playing with Strike, Nouvelle a little bit around the base of the mansion. And probably some of the tail end of Alexander's escapade with Yorick and the ball down the hill. You guys would probably see part of that. during this time in conversation. Like maybe hear it in the distance, the we at the least. Kind of thing. All these things loosely happening simultaneously.
Eris would also say to Althea, "Want to go shop for food since we need it?"
Yes. Yes. Nouvelle was telling me earlier that they had some food last night with Strike, and I think yeah, we should do that. And when she says Nouvelle's name, there's an obvious like tension in Althea's mind about her. It's obviously something that the focus that was brought on Nouvelle by Sidar today has made Nouvelle in the front of her mind more than before. But guys,
We'll deal with that later.
all right. Family joins back together, watch the kids play. The rest of the afternoon goes by, I think, in relative peace. If you haven't already taken a short rest, you can take a short rest at the least. And I would like everyone to regain 4 sanity to your overall score.
Oh, wow, I'm back at the positive finally!
For a very peaceful scene. I appreciate you guys attempting the idea of PvP, but also giving your size conversations with Sidar and the kids and your interactions with them, as well as providing loosely a potential resource that the city didn't know about with the money that has been given by Alexander and things like that. So, yeah, add 4 to your overall sanity. That's also an indication in the near future sanity will be compromised.
Can we cut back to Sidar still just fucking sitting in front of the door, just fucking dumbfounded?
You see me jump back.
Still trapped.
Refusing to go out the window that's like broken.
I vertically jump, backflip back through the window and go, "Where's the metal dick?" I just have like a knife out.
No, yeah, it's like I'm just in the kitchen, like spreading like jelly or something on like some bread, and then I just see Birdman pop in. He's like, "Where's the metal dick?" And I'm caught like mid spreading.
I think before I go to the kitchen, I jump into that bedroom that they're in. Unless you guys were in the kitchen, you guys are in a bedroom.
They're like in the living room.
Oh god. Okay, yeah, then we're good.
Yeah,
Like,
and
where?
I'm just spread. You caught me mid spreading preserves on a piece of bread. Yeah, no. Yeah, one moment. He just finishes.
I'm not gonna ask you again, Stray. Where's the metal dick?
I can take you there. Let me have my bread.
And
And he
just
finishes.
you eat your fucking bread. Like it's like you're staring at
I'm
you.
finishing my bread, and then I will.
Hey,
And
while you're over
then
there, bro, can you get me a piece? Can you give me some bread too? I'm actually really...
I'll start spreading a second piece of bread for the bird. And then yeah, on our off time, because I do need some help harvesting the sacks from all of them. I will, if anyone wants to come with us to help harvest, I would probably.
I think this is gonna be a solo mission.
Yeah, I would probably teleport with him and anyone else who wants to go back to the place since we've been there and I'm familiar with it. To start harvesting the sacks.
Do you need some muscle over there?
What?
Do you need some muscle over there?
Okay, so this is closer probably to mid-afternoon, nighttime. Okay. Birdman, Alexander, Strike.
Because I can make the tools and then Drafted can help Birdman with like moving stuff out of the way and like strong arming some stuff while Birdman uses his natural ability as a ranger to like hopefully all 3 of us can help get this done a lot faster.